Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormsaid2146. It's Wednesday, 21st of December 2022, and we're back for more Anno 1800 DLC missions and expansion and all of that kind of stuff. Let's hop back into the game and catch up with where we were. The end of the last session, we'd finished off the quest chain to the Arctic.
These fabled lands
wasn't a bad chain, I suppose. It was interesting, kind of fun, but at the end of it, well, in advance, I was expecting that we would then spend a bunch of time connecting up the gas supply from the Arctic and getting it back to the Cape, I guess. From these gas points, but having seen what's actually involved in that, in getting I guess the population levels necessary, it seems like a massive drain of time and an effort for something that we don't immediately need. We don't immediately need the gas because we've got a good oil supply coming to the Cape, so personally I'm more interested in starting the next quest chain, kind of continuing on. We've still got like a good income and everything around the world is vaguely stable, so I think it would be nicer to start the Land of the Lions quest chain. It'd be more interesting, so that's what we're going to be focusing on today. If I can survive through my continued coughing. So let's have a look. We need to do the Land of the Lions expedition to get this kicked off. It's going to require rations like always. Navigation, diplomacy and faith. Navigation, diplomacy and faith. So that's got a good navigation bonus from our sails. Diplomacy and faith. See if there's any items we can buy around that will give one or the other some diplomacy here. The items tend to give the bigger bonuses than the products that we can load up on. I'm not sure I've seen any product we manufacture that can give a 40 bonus, but then none of those items are giving that. We can cycle through the shop and look for new things. Just going to check the shop in the old world as well.
Taking the initiative. Excellent.
That's it. Got navigation. Diplomacy or faith. Okay. It's a small bonus, not really. No, a couple of items there, but very small bonuses. It's an advantage if it sits in the item slot on the ship, because then we can take 2 items, 3 products. Guys here, so let's cycle through the shop a couple of times and see. Or is there anything we could transmute that gives a bonus? Diplomacy or faith? Doesn't look like it. Mostly force and naval power or nothing. No, nothing there. Okay, so expensive for what the bonus is, and can't equip it into that slot on this ship because it's for salvagers only, so don't think that's a good item for this situation. Let's recycle options. Diplomacy or faith. A little diplomacy there. Again, that's equipped in a salvager. Might be no good options, and we'll just have to take products that give us these bonuses. Little faith. Again, small amount of faith, not anything that seems worth it. Let's cycle a few times. We've got the cash to spend, so I guess we'll have a good proper look for anything. Not looking like we're going to get anything good. Just lots of good navigation bonuses. We've already got that. No, let's see what options we can get from products instead then. Snapping turtle is the ship. Unless we're sitting on anything, that I don't think any of these. Small faith bonus. Some random guy we've got lying around. Reasonable diplomacy bonus. Oh, a very good diplomacy bonus. Let's take that then.
The time we pitch poled in hard wind.
40 navigation, 50 diplomacy. So we
goes end over end.
want to take an item that gives good faith, and we want to take good rations. I think chocolate's a very good ration. I don't know, it says extra rations. I think that I'd have seen that's kind of beyond the ration option. It's extra, so not sure though. So the other high level products we got, I mean, 15 diplomacy, 30 diplomacy, so that guy's definitely worth more than bringing champagne, for example. Faith from light bulbs, like something bigger than that. For what faith related items we really manufacture. A lot of them kind of make sense, yeah, for like medicine or crafting or hunting. Seem to give a good faith bonus. Red gives a small amount. We've got, is there anything we don't have but we could get that gives a good faith bonus? Go sugar pearls, no. These items we could go grab from the New World before we leave, but none of them seem to give faith either. At the moment our best option's that random character we've got sat here that gives like 10, yeah, oil lamps is 10. We could go to the Arctic and get them, but it's not really worth it. At the moment, I didn't even see that one. We've got a random priest, an uncommon. Gives 20 faith. Might be the best option, other than like trying to go and buy another, like a rare priest, whatever they're called. They'll give more, but I don't know, 20 faith seems fine. Good bonuses on the other two options, so I think that's probably good enough. Let's start the expedition to the Land of Lions.
Just say the word.
Speed time up. So we're just going to be waiting for the events to happen from the expedition rather than trying to juggle too many things at the same time. Do need to do some rearranging here ultimately to get better coverage of everything. Terrible at the moment, but yeah, better placement of the electrical supply in the houses around the town hall would be good. The town hall isn't doing much, it's providing the members club, that's quite beneficial.
Seductive charts, very much.
Yeah, a lot of them don't need Engineers don't need members club, but do need the electricity, so we might need a second electrical supply, or I'm quite inclined to spend some time item hunting, because you can get, not sure you can get town hall items, but you can get trade union items that provide electricity without needing oil supply, so that could simplify things. Although our oil supply is perfectly good at the moment, we can afford more power plants around here. There's quite a lot of work to do on this, on Crown Falls, to improve and streamline things, so electrify more businesses, get more tractors running, and so on and so on, so it's something to focus on at some point, probably after we've finished the Land Alliance quest chains, which I've heard are the best in all the DLC, so that could take a while, a good chunk of today's session at least. Be interesting to see how they're different. So, like I say, the Arctic one I didn't think was bad in terms of a quest chain. It's certainly better than the base games one, and I think better than the Cape as well. Just the whole purpose of it was to unlock the gas deposits, and I suppose the improved gold deposits as well, which we are using. We could do a lot of good with them if we take more. And I am obviously concerned that doing nothing is going to allow Beryl to expand in this region, which we're going to have to come over and sort out at a later point. Kick her out of here. Isn't going to be easy the longer we leave it, but that is something I'm leaving for a later date. My ultimate aim is to
New horizons.
Ally up with the pirates and wipe the other guys off the map. I'm not sure the pirates will help, but at least by allying with them, we get them out of the way. Here you can use, I'm not sure we can see at the moment, but
you. Take that as a compliment.
yeah, can't see what the benefits are, but I think you get some pretty good trade routes with them that we could take advantage of as we expand, selling like rum and stuff to them for good prices. Still need to expand here at Bright Sands as well. Why don't we do a little step here while we're waiting for the expedition to do stuff. We want to get to 500 engineers on this island, and we're currently at about 100 farmers, so a long way to go. Kind of want to do the layout different for a bit of practice or something, but it shouldn't be the way I've been building with these kind of rectangular blocks all in a line. Isn't best when every service building applies of like a circular coverage. So it'd be better, I don't know, to find some kind of vaguely circular layout with the services in the middle still covering everything. If we, for example, put a pub in the middle.
Into the unknown.
That's the best spot. And then if we look at building roads and how that pub coverage goes, we can get an idea for what a layout could be. The event on the expedition. Let's go look at that. Will it be Walispo or Al Souk? Choose your next port of call on the voyage to Enbesa. Whenever you visit a port, new ports become available. You can also attempt to visit every single port, but stopping at one then the other. Rewards may come to those who succeed in both, but that will affect morale. Well, we've come out with very high morale and a lot of chocolate, so should hope we'll be able to visit everything. Let's try Olispo, it's the closest. Lights of Olispo glimmer through the spray as your sailors hasten to secure their mooring. Music and merriment spill from the narrow streets, wafting aromas of warm bread and savoury fish fresh from the tide. With a thrill of pent-up anticipation, the sailors stream off the ship and excitedly crowd onto a pristinely new yellow tram, laughing as it rickets off into the warm night, hailed loudly by festive locals. Flurry of ample sleeves turns to greet them. Good evening. Where are we from? We have two options. One has a 50% bonus from the diplomacy, so I guess we're lying. Marvellous, I have kin there. Wonderful people, hardworking to a fault. Come, we must drink. No, just the place, follow me. Sailors clamber off the tram gracelessly, unaccustomed to its rhythm, before following man through a maze of passages lit by antique oil lamps hanging from balconies. Stopping before a low stone arch, reaches through the overgrown ivy, pulling open an unseen door. Loud chattering and low lights greets you, putting dark scented spirits and fresh roasted food. At least for us. Trade or have nothing. Well, having nothing seems like a bad idea, so I guess we're going to trade. We don't need what they've got, and we don't have space to put it on the ship, so I suppose what's the purpose? What can we gain? We give them 3 chocolate, the chance of success is certain. Can't take any items, so what? I think we vaguely remember previous options like this where you got random rewards for hitting the success chance, even if you weren't trying to take anything. So I am going to give them the 3 chocolate. Hope that doesn't hurt us later. Trade is accepted. Innkeeper navigates the thronged room expertly, avoiding boisterous patrons to set a large platter on the table. We swiftly attack the warm pastries. We're introduced to a merry waltz of friends, each eager to toast the newcomers. The festivities peter out into the late hours of the night. Sailors trickle back to the ship. No particular bonus for it. A shame. Let's attempt El Souk next, I guess. As our morale is still maximum, we'll see if we can hit all the stops off. Spend a chocolate to keep morale high still. Let's have a look then. So pub coverage is stopping around here. Still dark green. Then about there. Still dark green all the way. Stops, same point both sides about there. Then here. Now that's not the darker green, so how about there? Still doesn't cover that part, but it does cover that. Well, that's...
Competitors are now at war.
So if we take those roads out, that should all be covered just.
Competitors are now at war.
And that's with the marketplace in between as well, which has got dark green coverage on the same distance. We're aiming for engineers here for the sake of the quest, but in general on an island you're only going to want worker level. So we'd need church and school as well.
We have the devil to pay.
Which doesn't have a great spot. juggle those around in a bit. We've got the next step of the expedition.
We know not peoples as you.
We dock at a small lively port on the northern coast. Most of the crew replenish supplies, repair damage suffered in the storm. Some decide to explore the local souk. Streets fold and unfold into each other, decked in a wild array of colours and dizzyingly heady unknown scents. So confuse the sailors that they become lost in the weave of passages. Seeing their distress, several young men in beggarly clothes offer to guide them. Shoo them off, got a bonus of 42. Find a suitable guide, we got the bigger bonus, so let's find a suitable guide. Men throng around in a clamour of self-professed learnedness and helpfulness. Overwhelmed dissect a young man whose confidence and insistence seems to make him a wise option. Soon painfully obvious though that he's a poor choice. Okay, even with the bonus I guess we've failed that check if there was even an opportunity to succeed. He does take you through the colourful and bustling souk. He has little to say and his pace is brisk. For an hour or so you reach a remote and secluded part of the market only to have him turn and declare the tours complete, demanding an extortionate fee. For refusing to pay, I feel is likely to cause us trouble. We didn't bring any military bonuses with us to fight it off, so I guess we pay the money and move on. Although can't literally pay money.
It'll be over soon.
We are not paying that much. No way. Pay 1 for the very slight chance at winning, but I think better to bite the bullet, actually change your plans. We're refusing. Visibly upset, the young man starts chattering angrily. Crew attempt to leave and find their way back, but he's following us, insisting on being paid. Relentless is sorely testing our patience. We could try another diplomacy check.
I'm sorry.
Let's do
This
that.
is the only way.
It's natural that securing your basic needs should take precedence over your absolute moral being. There are resources in the province of lawfulness could abide by blah 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 blah. Sailor's benevolent, pompous tones have a tempering effect. When the lecture is over, cannot help wonder how much of it he understood. We appear to have gotten away with it. Onward to the ancient labyrinth. Sounds like fun. Let's keep morale high. We need to deal with that declaration of war from the pirates. Just a ceasefire
You're right. We need something.
and a peace treaty.
I can't say I'm not relieved.
Don't leave us alone for another couple of hours. Okay. So I can't actually place that. We don't have steel beams on this island. Don't think we got any random spare ships around here, so we'll just make do with blueprinting. Can it show? It appears to show the. Yeah, there's like where the dark blue ends. It's the church, which covers. So they all cover. Seem to cover further than the pub. The pub's got the smallest coverage. Base for that means we want the pub in the middlemost point. Spread the circle around that. Close to it. I mean, I'd still like those to be in the roaded areas. Anything else to consider? I mean, we would want police station, firehouse, that kind of thing. I guess can all go around the outside. You might want to put a trade union in the middle.
Genius.
People. Not a trade union. A town hall. Just that. There it is. The coverage on those is smaller than the pub.
Competitors
Just.
have agreed a peace deal.
Don't really want two, I suppose. You want...
We careen into the unknown.
Hey, Diggs. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Kind of want the town hall to be the centre of a circle. Might lead to an excess of churches or something though, so that's a bit interesting. But we've got the next event. Let's have a look. The ancient labyrinth. Alone in the darkness, I cannot hear her cries. Deep beneath this pleasant island of lavender and thyme, she has fallen to a musty, airless pit. She gathers herself and remembers the few safety matches in her pack. You are her, she is you. Lighting a match, you are dumbstruck by a many-frescoed room, venerable and forgotten. A woman with a bull is the centrepiece. Great beast seems so vulnerable under her caress. Outline of a majestic horned door faces north,
A competitor's island.
while a more
is
humble
under
passage
siege.
heads south. This is blinking at me. Oh, it's just the picture. No bonuses to either, so it feels like one is the right option and one is wrong. Somehow related to the bull. Majestic horned door faces north. Humble passage heads south. I mean, it feels like a trap to go to the one that's grand and majestic, so let's try our humble passage. In the next chamber you find a set of stone shelves with fragments of wooden figures upon them, men, horses and bulls, toys perhaps. Distant growl rumbles across the wall, stirring dust from a pale fresco. Facing east a swan, facing north flocks of herons. Well, this picture has got a swan on. I don't see any herons, so let's go with swan door. Here the ceiling feels lower still. Chipped tiles on the floor hint at a faded scene. A man, youngish and lithe, leaping over a flaring bull. Lean in for a closer look and notice all the tiles in the room are adorned with bulls' heads. Slowly cross the tiles. We've got a bonus to that. Or leap over them. We don't have a bonus. I'm inclined to go for the one where we've got a bonus. A dry click, then stillness. You shuffle over the tiles worriedly, letting out a low sigh when the last bull's head is cleared. Narrow stairwell leads down into the dark to the east, while an uneven set of steps heads down to a wide passageway to the west. Fresco depicts a young woman passing a ball of thread to a young man. Depths grumble and growl eerily. Options are uneven or east, so uneven steps, wide passageway. East is narrow stairwell. I don't see any hint in the picture that suggests wide or narrow. Thread is narrow, so let's take the narrow stairwell to the east. I'm guessing. Come to a long room studded with husky alcoves, seemingly empty but for Ariadnean cobwebs. Rumbling sound startles you out of your observation. A storm perhaps, or dust piles onto your hair from above, followed by several small but sharp fragments of rock. The ceiling is coming down. We've got no bonus either way. Dash out of the way or turn back. Let's be brave and dash. You dash forward but inhale some of the chalky dust stirred by the fall of the rubble. You stumble, burning fit of coughing rising in your throat. Ominous crack sounds right above you as parts of coloured panes overhead shatter and come crashing down. It's a blinding flash of light followed by darkness and then nothing. Your companions will doubtless raise their black sails in solemn remembrance, journeying on without us. We have picked the wrong choice. Whatever we might have got from the labyrinth, I guess we've missed out on. Never mind. Morale's quite high still. I'm going to try and get the delta first. Going to be at 70 when we get there. That's still high. So we'll keep that going. So my thought process here, we want Town Hall to be dead centre. Then Harvard next most central, because it's the shortest coverage. If we're having artisans, they also want variety theatre, university as well, and I guess postal service is something we've not done yet, but it's generally wanted.
Withstood an attack.
It was kind of like the coverage from something like the church, which is longer, could be between two circles. Because the town hall circle is small, very small. What is like post office coverage is also, it's a bit bigger than that, but still small. Smaller than pub, definitely. The university's quite long. The darker blue that is covered.
These fabled lands exist after all.
Variety theatre. That's
Want
quite
to go
small.
places, do you?
Bigger than pub, I think, but still quite small. Then again, the only place where... No,
Ready to
well, it's
take
not
a
variety
walk, sailor?
theatre, is
You're
it? I'm
dead,
thinking of
Stop.
members club that we haven't actually placed down because we used an item instead. Centrally, I think. What about electricity? That coverage is
Untold
about the same as the others. Yeah. Well, let's do the next second expedition, and then my thought is to do 2 circles with the services between them. See how that looks.
Disposition may bring negative chi.
You are alone, seeking the fabled lost necropolis. Fable that seems just about credible when eyeing a pale golden shimmer, the wind-step dusk from the seat of our camel. Somewhere out there in these wastes, beyond cyclopean basalt pillars, may lie the hoard of kings of old, and its great prize, the Vigil of Hall. A statue said to be made from the purest gold, inlaid with countless gems. Sounds nice. Stopover is a busy city on the delta, not far from the supposed site of the tombs. A young woman in academic demeanour hails you as you cross paths in the National Museum. I have found something, she says, and seek a responsible person to help the local museum recover it. So we didn't bring a hunting bonus that would help us betray her. We can not try at all. I want to give it a go, so we'll take the one with the bonus, even though I guess it means we won't get to keep much.
Yar booty.
Recognise the insignia of the prestigious House of Sands University on the young woman's lapel. Erudite scholar, no doubt. Explaining at great length that she cares little for riches and only wishes to see the history of her people return to this museum, she lays a ragged, age-tarnished map on the table in the back office. Strange symbols abound all over it, etched over crisscrossed lines that all lead up to a city facing a jackal's head. Asu, as mentioned in the Book of the Dead. It reads, "Follow the opener of paths, Anubis." Holds the key. Need to find where the trail begins. We've been given a rare lecturer. Increases workforce from all residents, and if they've got university, they don't need variety theatre. That's pretty cool. Sure, I mean, variety theatre is pretty small to build in. It's not one that I would look to get rid of, but it's pretty cool. I'm not abandoning our legendary diplomat, and we need the rations, so we're going to have to get rid of our random priest in order to bring the lecturer home. Hope that we don't need more faith bonus in the future, I guess. Okay, there's also a symbol this time. I need to remember that. Looks like a jackal sat down on a block or a house or something. This would require a faith bonus, which we don't have. Here we've got a 42% bonus from navigation, so let's explore the map. The task is more arduous than it seems. After much befuddlement, you manage to find a point of convergence somewhere in the distant desert hinterlands. Gathering supplies, you hastily head into the desert, braving the scorching heat, dismally chilly nights in your quest for long-lost reward. As you head further into the dunes, however, you're swiftly sobered by the realization you may already be hopeless and irretrievably lost. How can you tell one dune from another? You have no hunting bonus to find an oasis. We do have a 42% bonus. Navigation. Let Polaris guide us. Desert sky at night has a soothing, calming quality.
Far be it from me to bank on
Though the
gossip.
stars are strange and foreign, many familiar constellations seem disconcertingly twisted. Chart a rough cartography of the skies as they correspond to the desert before us. Just a few days before you once again reach the desert's edge, familiar sights of land where thirst can easily be quenched. Rest had for a nominal fee. Be with no small pride that you'll recount a strange experience among the dunes. See, so that was like, without the hunting bonus, it was giving up on finding it. Never mind. 2 unsuccessful stops. Oops. Let's
Nothing
go to the
fear.
canal. 61% morale. Okay, so my thought was services to the middle line, and then we want maximum coverage from the town hall, so it's like there. Let's see what's the spacing. So that's 2, 3. You fit 2 houses there, 2 houses there, 1 house there. I would want to do that the other way round, I guess. Do 2 houses. Houses. 1 house. Then all the services. But then I suppose the house over this far side is not going to get any of those services. Depends about. Well, actually,
We
we can
have the devil to pay.
put the exact spot, can't we? That comes up there, and then it's 2 houses there, 2 houses there. That's the edge. That pub does not reach anywhere near over here, nor the church, nor the school, nor the marketplace. Okay. That may not be a good idea. Let's continue the expedition and then come back to it.
Powder.
We're at the canal. Explosion scattered debris around the canal.
Scary. Do you mind? It's the worst kind of wibbly.
As your helmsman carefully steers into the canal, deafening blast ahead of us sends most of the crew sprawling across the deck. Initial shock overcome, they rush to their stations, pull the ship into a crawl, bringing it to rest mere feet away from the listing flame-racked carcass of a ship. Doubtless it will be days before all is cleansed and navigation can resume. One of your sailors furrows their brow. Isn't it odd that there's no one in the water? Odd indeed. In fact, there's no trace at all of the exploded ship's crew. Irresistible mystery. We can take a look, and we've got a very minor bonus to naval power for that. No bonus to hunting to search for the crew. We do have an 80% diplomacy bonus to ask for the records, so let's do that. Take some persuasion, but you convince the officials to let you look into the cargo report for the ship. It reads, FS de Frères from Aquiana, cleared for crossing, upholstery and tools. Nothing salient. Something feels off. Sailor remembers FS is an imperial prefix, but the ship is registered as foreign. Slowly it dawns upon us. Assuming this is no mistake, does not imply sabotage by our own countrymen. May have implications for the crown if we inform the locals. Well, our loyalty is to the Queen, and is true. Don't want to get involved with something we don't want to get involved with, so I'm going to say so. Fortunately, only a few crew members heard the ghastly secret. All of them are immediately pledged to silence for Queen and country. Their duties have been resumed. Captain sends a carefully worded epistle to Archibald Blake, assuring him of the crew's loyalty. Surely the Queen will reward us, but not immediately, so... Feels like we've not had any reward for any of our stops so far. There's the Savannah and the Holy City. We should have enough morale to do both. Let's go to the Holy City first. 62 morale. Still over half. Should be okay. Okay, so my thought here then, if we were to lay it out like this, we would then need... put the services again on this edge, which... 3 sets of services for 2 circles. Seems excessive. What's the other range? So this comes out to... maybe there? Does that fit with... oh, you can't actually put a house in the middle block. We can put one. Which case... can fit some of the services. Pub, for example, will fit in there. Even opposite would be best. Marketplace, you'd have to take one of the roads away. Or you can block a few houses off there. School will fit like marketplace. It's just church, which again you can replace a few houses with the church instead. Then they're all central.
Untold perils await us.
Interesting. We've got the next step in the expedition first. They're all coming a lot quicker than the Arctic ones did. Tales abound of a city sacred to all in this land. The holy pilgrimage that must be undertaken by the faithful at least once in their lifetime. Intrigued, we dock at a busy port, major hub. As we wander the streets in the cooling shade of antique Rochans, the dust-hemmed white robes and sturdy sandals of the passers-by betray their wearers' devout intentions. Snippets of enthusiastic and fervent chatter convince our crew must see this holy city for themselves. Bruising and eager traders wares when a man approaches, ornate weapons latched to his side. Marhaban friends, are you here on pilgrimage? We don't have a faith bonus anymore. Me. Feels like saying no means we don't actually go and see the city, which is what we're here to do. So I'm going to say yes.
They're raising horrors.
Ah, I see. No,
A scattering
we're
of
clearly
blessings.
heathens. They would have believed us if it were not for the ostentatiously healing jewellery sported by some of the crew. Narrowly escape a scathing reprimand, feigning ignorance, begging forgiveness. It's forbidden us from joining the caravan. Crew are not to be deterred. Discretion will be warranted. How best to avoid detection? Well, we've got no bonuses again, so don't want to abandon the plan. We want to get something out of this trip, so let's try and be stealthy. What he provides proves harder to navigate than expected. Maze of winding, dusty corridors, weave in and out of sharp, low hills. Cannot stay a safe distance from the caravan without risk of losing them. The evening nears, we set up camp. A familiar voice rings out from the ledge. It's the guard. Draws a cruel-edged sword. His 4 companions cock their rifles. No faithless can travel this holy road without paying a price, so wealth or blood. No force bonus, so let's see what the cost would be. Looks like more than we can afford. All of our chocolate still won't make it certain, so that's not a good bet. And fighting is also not a good bet either. Give them the lecturer we just got. All our really nice sails. We want to keep the navigation bonus. I mean, we can lose the diplomacy and medicine bonuses. Okay, but really want to lose the item. It'd only be worth it if the reward for completing the quest is worth more. And I get a feeling we're not going to succeed anyway, like at the next checks and stuff, so I'm going to try and give them 1 chocolate for a near impossible success. Let's see how lucky we are. Oh, we failed. Would you believe? Infuriate the soldiers. A volley of shots come down on the company. Shock ripples through the men, sending some to their knees in tears, begging for mercy. Satisfied his message has been conveyed in clear times. Officer steps towards the fallen man, takes any valuables, and off they go. Bad impact on morale. So we can go to Embasa now. There is 1 more stop to try and get something worthwhile from. I think we got just about morale to give it a go. Be down to 42. Be okay, I'm sure. So with a layout like this, do the services cover everything? What is that's the length to there, so that's 12 along, oh, well, 7 along. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There. There, like that. Next ones will be a little bit shorter, I guess.
Seductive charms,
approximately
very
there.
modest.
Cover that one and then just the 3 there.
Admiral!
It's at the
Admiral!
end. There. Ready for the next stop in the savannah. Wide sun-touched lands stretch out before us. Long pale grass, glittering with the night's rain. Scattering of trees provides occasional shade from the already warm orange sun. Unseen among the dense matted grass, multitudinous creatures awake to the dawning day, nattering away gaily as the savannah comes to life. A low dell not a mile away hides a blossoming waterhole. Numerous strange and foreign beasts are gathering before the day's heat truly begins. Nestled in the shadows, a set of monolithic spurs looming high above the plains. Surely with views worthy of a king. Bird's eye view or the watering hole? I think let's go for a bird's eye view.
Beastly, Admiral.
Climb is arduous and long, but your top men trace a forgeable path for the other sailors using thick ropes, residues of flour hastily brought over from camp. Last you reach the topmost spur, a long slab of ochre red stone, worn by countless rainfalls and storms. Endless wildlands stretch below you. Dust-coloured and windswept, in the distance rain clouds swirl over a patch of darkness. And a deep golden hush forms over the land, broken only by the slow ambling of strange, tall-collared, distant animals. A low, threatening growl suddenly echoes behind you. Turn to face lions, bearing their fangs at the crew, trespassed upon Pride Land. No bonuses to any of this. Don't think you can distract lions with chocolate. We could give it a go. Intimidate them with noises and gestures, or shoot the leading male. Don't know much about lions myself. They ought to be intimidated with noises, but we are on their land, so they might not care. Shooting the leading male seems, like a way of getting rid of one lion. I don't know about the rest. There's a gamble that we've got no bonus to, so let's try and shoot the leading male. One gunman shoulders his rifle and takes careful aim at a particularly large male. The rest of the crew strive to stay as motionless as possible. Shot echoes deafeningly against the surrounding boulders, sends a threatening ripple over the lands below. Cowed by the roar of the rifle and the sight of their pride mate slumping lifeless to the ground, the other lions slowly back away before turning tail and disappearing. Good, we didn't get eaten. We also didn't get a reward. An additional option, Sile Amidos. Let's give it a go.
Suppose she'll do.
Be at 32% morale. It's enough. Okay, so this. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That, I think. So that layout covers. No, I got that wrong, haven't I? Why have I got that wrong? It's a bit off the back of the marketplace, not off the road, I guess. So that should be 5. That is 5. Oh, the coverage is because it's not actually central, it's this side of the road. It's very small. I'm not sure that getting coverage with town halls is going to be important. Useful if every house around it is a skyscraper or an investor, but for the sake of everyone else, I don't think it's, I don't know. Well, I mean, I've not got any items that are worth using. Personally, it doesn't mean there aren't any, just we haven't seen any. Let's work on the basis of not having one then. In that case, we would want the middle row to be
One final look.
wider, I guess, to fit 2 houses. The chance balances, but this would leave us with unhappiness. I think we can survive 5 unhappiness for a while. Just leave that going. I like how we get penalised for being bankrupt, even though our income is... Our cash in the bank is growing enormously from trade. There we go. I guess it's back to the original thought. The services in the middle, houses in a ring around them, in a circle-ish around them.
Expedition.
You may climb mountains yet.
Don't know. It's not far off what we've done already.
You've left the whole thing a
Just,
ruddy jumble.
Carry on in straight lines for quite so long. The end ones won't be 10 houses, they'll be 8 or something. Maybe that we just do what we've done all along, reorganise everything every time we add a new service.
Competitors have agreed a peace deal.
We're not going to be bringing electricity to this island, I don't think, so we don't necessarily need to worry about that. Not so bad fitting those in there. Church is an awkward one because it's... No, that's okay.
You reach a
Same
new
thing.
milestone.
Services up the middle row and then houses around them. Hub coverage so it doesn't runs out on those corners. Swap it with the marketplace. Marketplace has a longer reach. Coverage if you do another block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. It's out. Won't be symmetrical, will it? Because this side's further. So a house on that corner wouldn't be getting pub coverage just. So that needs to cut back a little. There. Wouldn't expect much of the next block to be able to be reached. Yeah, not much at all. That's it's this side that you need to check because it's the further one. Yeah, that one on that corner would still be okay, so... That's the layout, I guess. And then you could...
A competitor's island is under siege.
tessellate with the next row over to get better coverage. It's two circles. Can I envision what I'm on about? Let's use trade unions. So that one, two of them in a row. Oh, you're not allowed to build them, so that doesn't help. Putting one here and the next one's in a row leaves a gap in the middle that's not covered, so staggering them
You gained an influence
give
point.
better coverage. So if this row is 2 houses, you can't stagger them to make it into 10. It would be staggered like there. This being the 2 houses. Just like that, and this is the central line. This might work here because we're going to. Well, we can move that lumber production, but it might be better to build in a different direction in this space. But this is my point. Could then remove those roads. If the pub coverage reaches, should do, the 2 houses. Yeah, and then you'd have a space where a house would fit, but you can't get pub coverage there, or at least on the further one. It might work. Let's try it. So this is then 8 house block here, going there. Full size one after, so there. We like that. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't need them all. Where pub is on that central one, so the next pub would be there. Which does get the coverage to the middle house of that block. We also have coverage there. So what if we had roads like that? They're fine, just the way they overlap.
Competitor's
So
island withstood an attack.
yeah, it's like instead of building straight rows of them, they need to tessellate on a slight angle. All of those services off slightly to the right on this one.
These fabled lands exist after all.
But then up here you wanted to put them in, you'd need another whole set of them, so the next lot would be coverage still goes a little bit further that way as well. have underdone the size of these. Yeah, a little bit. We can fit more. Very interesting, but still not really picturing in my mind a good way of laying out a town. Club coverage is finishing a little further than, say, a school would, because it's further down this way, I guess. Can't make it any more central other than moving those houses out. That's what we've done. It's a point where one circle's worth of services is not enough houses, then it's all a mess. It doesn't seem to particularly matter, perhaps. It should be up here instead. Be up another one as well, or two even. Yeah. Yep. They are not within reach of... No, they are. Yeah. They're within reach of the marketplace as well. That side is of the church. I need to check the other side for the church. They're not in reach of the school, which isn't required for farmers, but is for workers. So you'd have like a fringe on the circle that has to stay as farmers, I guess. No big deal. We'll want to adjust this slightly because church isn't the size of houses, so it's 6, so 9 in total. 6, 7, 8, 9. It's equal, but then you do want to, we want to cut it back. No, not necessarily, because those are all services as well. So it's going to have that one gap, it is what it is. That length on the next one over, which is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, so 2 more, 6, 7.
Seductive
There.
charms bury my desk.
Surprised we haven't had another event from this expedition yet. Time's been running. It's not got the note on it. Just hidden it by accident at some point. We have got an event. One of the lower halyards suddenly snaps, lashing through the air with serpentine speed as the sail it was shackling swells with the seasonal winds. Ship lurches hard to port, cutting through strange mists until with a resounding squeal the keel grinds to a halt, pebble scattered shores. Scores of minute piles of pale sand are scattered across the beach. Thousands upon thousands of wispy pyramidia stretching up to the woodlands beyond. Dark shapes jut out of the sand irregularly, fragments of ancient derelict, long-forgotten vessels, carefully preserved in brine and surf. Perhaps something of their tale may be found. I've got the navigation bonus to go exploring the plains, so I suggest we do that. Trees here stretch into tortuous shapes, clad in alien-hued pale greens and cream barks. Thick bushes grow errantly across the dust-swathed stone plain. Short, funnel-barreled trees loom over them. One genus particularly strikes your fancy. Its dense branches stretch up like arms towards the sky, cupping the close foliage, green dark umbrellas. Its bark torn and oozing a dark blood-like resin. A smile of relish spreads on one crewman's face as he discovers its plump fruit to be ripe. All gather around, gorging upon the fallen fruit, when a woman points out the silhouette of distant houses on a mountainous plateau. I think we go with the bonuses still. Explore the plateau with our navigation bonus. Small gold-winged finches roost lazily among the thick-woven branches of strange stout trees, while lizards, large enough to fill a bucket, unblinkingly follow your crew's progress through the brush. There's a cry of horror as the legs of a many-eyed, grey-furred colossus of a spider wave like a piano hand on a branch overhead. More careful scrutiny reveals a large milky sack among the fallen leaves below. You shudder at what might have spilled forth had you carelessly trodden upon it. Suddenly the soil gives way. You tumble through darkness down a long damp slope. When the dust settles, dim light reveals a vast underground chamber. Oddly, there are several antique broken crates scattered in a corner. But no hunting bonus, so... I mean, we want to look for an exit, but we want to find something valuable first. Let's stick with the bonuses. Seems the safest bet. A gangly auburn woman wisely suggests seeking a path that slopes slightly upward. A rank, cloying dampness pervades the air. Crew soon learn to follow their nose rather than their eyes, seeking out wisps of fresher air in the darkness. Hazy, chalky half-light settles as you ascend the mountain's heart, past pillars with fantastically alien shapes. Ahead, towering buildings of clay-brown stone cluster in a colossal chamber, light dancing across the beams and naked mortar. Colony of bats fluttering away from the glare of your torches. Many scripts have been etched onto every wall, a fading memory of a long-gone people. Even the faint promise of daylight high above cannot dim the party's fascination. Study the ruins, we've got a big bonus to do that. Tokens abandoned by past visitors abound in many alcoves hollowed out of the city's cavern walls. Silver eagles, worn green with time, join Argead stars with missing rays in silent vigil, surrounded by crests and copper coins that traced bloodlines of strange kings. Everywhere the relics of a storied past profess the island's position as a place of trade, perhaps pilgrimage. Yet no tokens of recent centuries seem present. Man shouts suddenly. A dense wall of tousled prickly shrubs has mysteriously parted, unveiling a narrow path along the cliffside to a village on the peak. A score or so of houses, sea-washed, sunburnt in red and white, rear their empty, many-eyed sides high above the plains below. Look for the seat of power. That's what the bonus is for. Let's do it. Path winds ever steeper through the smattering of houses to the summit of the hill, where a bent shrine, etched with faded figures of abandoned gods, sits beside a deep well. A low stone vault leading into the cliff hides a store of rare essences: ghee, frankincense, myrrh, santal and cinnamon. Careful wax seals preserving the hallowed contents, making a valuable trove for antiquity dealers. A low, sturdy palace sits on the edgemost spur, resolutely intact despite years of neglect. As the party reaches for the door, a sudden howl of wind breaks the cool silence. Unexpected thunderstorm surges up from the valley below, hurling rain and tempest upon the unwary company. Seek shelter in the building or retreat to the cave. The building is resolutely intact, so why not? Corroded hinges need to be excised from the frame before it can easily be prized open. The company slip into the dusky hall, glad to escape the swelling tempest. An air of rustic elegance to the faded red walls, patterned with white chalk. A low secretary of rich chocolate wood holds a wealth of parchments old and new. Who is it that comes unheeded to these halls? Comes a sudden and commanding voice. And what have you done to my door? A venerable man stands atop a nearby staircase, clad in raiment of gold and turquoise, his long beards braided with strands of netted gemstones. His hands rest on the railing for support, but such is the nobility of his bearing, your expedition find themselves bowing low to him. Tell the truth. Lie without a diplomacy bonus, or tell a big lie with no bonus. Come in trade. I don't want to trade. I don't think. Truth seems like the best option. Bonus to the big lie, so I'm worried we'll just get caught out. So why don't we just tell the truth?
Blew up the blowhole.
Smile softly. Rarely does fate needlessly bring visitors to the land of Punt. Years has it been since these shores saw such life.
reckon I could make you cry.
Plague and exile took it long ago. Now I am a king without a people. Weariness flashes across his face before he composes himself again. As with all things, even Tar-Neger must return to the mists. Take what riches you may find. Ask only this of you. Cherish the fleeting moments with your kind. Too often early soured by fate. Keep the memory of this land alive. No land truly dies until its story has entirely passed from memory. Bows curtly and steps into the shadows. Stunned, you search the palace for him, but he has vanished. You find many treasures. Sinks back into the fog. One man swears he saw a gargantuan figure slither to rest round its shores, nesting the island in an embrace of gold and turquoise scales. We've got the treasure. Museum item that adds 50 attractiveness. Don't want to lose the 50 diplomacy guy. This lecturer seemed useful when I took him. Probably more useful than the artifact. Ultimately, although we want the attractiveness that the artifact gives. We don't need the chocolate anymore, because the next stop is the last one. We have enough morale to take the hit of 10. I think we can swap it for the chocolate safely. I think. Find out if I'm wrong. We now want to go to the Horn of Envesa. We're down to 32 morale, but that should just be mission complete, ready to do the quest chains, I hope.
You look like a royalist. That's enough for us.
That pirate has declared war, so let's do the
Their ghosts will take you.
request the
Call that a
ceasefire for
sword.
cheap, request the peace
I
treaty
don't
for
need
cheap,
telling.
and
You're good.
leave us alone for the
Your
next
conduct
2 hours.
is exemplary.
Okay, so not sure I've learnt much from playing around on this island. We're going to be leaving for Land of the Lions soon. We should just sort out the schnaps and clothes that they need here. Do a copy paste of a single schnaps and a single clothes production run. This clothes, yeah, they're not neat and tidy. Let's make a new one. One sheep farm.
What brings you here, master? Better check on my little and
One litter, and then give them a warehouse.
no
we
fertility
don't
of that
have-
sort there.
Don't have potato fertility on Bright Sands. Okay, that's changes that. Guess we'll have to grow them elsewhere and or make the schnapps elsewhere and deliver it by boat, which
I got me family.
can't be bothered to sort that out now. We're going to be busy. It's a happiness one, not a need, so we'll leave them to it. Leave them as they are, I guess. Until we get told that expedition's done, I might just work out the next row. There.
Untold
How much
perils
is that?
await us.
That many safely, probably. Might fit another one. Ah, but it wouldn't on the other side of the road, I guess. Yeah, definitely not, because it's not fitting that last corner one, so that is where that would be. So the last house.
A fire broke out.
Well, fire station, okay. That's fine for, okay, let's find that fire. Oh, it's like right here where we're looking. Let's throw a fire station down, I guess, to deal with that. And can't build a hospital here. Don't have the windows, so let's hope we don't need one, I guess. We'll leave that to sort itself out. It will eventually. Silent isn't even important at the moment. It's just what I'm playing on for layouts and stuff. We're ready for the Land of the Lions. Yep, astern, Captain. She's gaining on us. It's an attack. Powerful ship. Teens taut with dry wind. Port gaping with expectant violence. Swivels out of a hidden nook past the heavily wooded coast. She's flying a flag of carmine and sable, blazoned with a triumphant sun, colours unknown to any of the crew. She deftly weaves in and out of the waves, catching the draft masterfully to close her distance with great speed. Thunderous explosion rocks her port side. Something whistles through the air and plummets into the emerald waters behind your ship. Swing hard to port, breaking line as your gun ports creak open hurriedly. Your deckhands take careful aim. We didn't bring any fighting bonuses, so we get a minor naval power bonus from something, maybe the type of ship we're using, perhaps. Let's have a look. Spraying the rigging with chain shot. I mean, it sounds good though the picture makes it look like it's a steamship, so not sure how important their rigging is. Shatter the hull seems like an impossible task from the look of it, but let's try chain
Too
shot.
cultured for us scrubbers.
Terrified screams echo across the water from the enemy ship as two of their masts come crashing down, scattering your foes and sending several of their topside guns hurtling into the churning sea. New volley fired with the same accuracy easily cuts through their foremast, crushing several topsmen. As the smoke clears, you spy a burly man in what must be officer's attire holding a young man at gunpoint. Mercenaries and murderers, he bellows over the waves. Trust Katema to stoop to such methods. Silence your guns, or your friend here will taste lead. Got nothing to offer in bribe because we threw all our chocolate away. I'm not giving them our legendary artifact. I know neither this man nor Katema, which is true, so let's say so. The man scoffs, a likely story. No sooner had your sails been sighted than he warned us to release him lest you rain Katema's fury upon us. Glance at the young man's frantic countenance is enough to understand that he had in fact been attempting to intimidate the rogues so as to extricate himself from these dire straits. That's a really awkward way of wording that. As he sorely attempts to retain some semblance of self-control, his eyes plead for your men to play along. We are Katema's wrath. I don't really want to lie. Why wouldn't he need help when you stand 40 against him? Let's find out what that means. Man draws himself up with dignified fury. Where were such morals when your master sent his legions to drive families from their ancestral land so he could raise mighty warehouses he takes such pride in? This man is a servant of oppression, a fiend, a sudden flurry of movement. Having sensed the captain's grip loosen, young prisoner elbows him in the ribs and leaps into the sea before he can be seized. Shoot the emissary if you must, splutters the red-faced captain. But when the young man fails to resurface, he realises his bargaining chip is gone, orders his guns be turned. They're aiming for our crew. Flaming shot at the sails and stores. Don't have a crafting bonus. Volley of round shot just above the waterline. To sink them, I suppose. Neither sounds particularly better than the other. We've got a minor bonus here, so let's go for it. Wackerjack, your gunners slide their heavy 15-inch projectiles into the muzzle of the aftmost cannons, while ripping some of their own shirts to pad the barrel and avoid windage, lest the ball deviate from its trajectory or explode before leaving the cannon. Crew scramble to cover, then flare of flame and resounding blast. Splintered wood soars into the air as the round shot tears through ballast, mast, railing and bone. Sparse shots ring out. Foolhardy attempt at retaliation, for a second broadside crashes into the ship's underbelly. Your captain signals to leave these dangerous waters. A scraping, scrambling sound is heard on the port side ladder. Let's aim rifles at him. Hearing the dry click of rifles cocked and ready to fire, a voice protests from below the railing. Hold fire. I am the man they were holding prisoner. After a moment's silence, a hand appears upon the railing, followed by the lithe figure of a young prisoner. Evidently disconcerted by the scores of rifles aiming at him. Sorry for dragging you into this unfortunate situation. These rogues sank my ship and slayed my crew. I was desperate for any kind of help. As he says this, the crew lower their rifles a little. I feared they wished to prise from me my lord's secrets and plans. When I saw your sails, it seemed my only reprieve, so I told them Yanahoy Katema sent you. Who is he? Emperor and heir to the throne of Selamawi, lord of the high and lowlands known as Enbesa, and of lions. Under his rule, Enbesa has risen to great heights of prosperity and might. His emperor has a vision beyond that of his predecessors, land united and bountiful, nation to rival the great kings of old. Young man frowns wearily. Alas, there are those who would not see our people united. 40 princes of Angareb refuse to yield to the emperor, resolved to wage war against him by any means, to whatever ends. This man is Biniam, son of Kyria, emissary of the Imperial Majesty Katema, on a mission to seek out experts from around the world to assist with the many ambitions of the Emperor. Wishes for the name of Enbesa to be sung and admired for its learnedness, beauty, prosperity, and wisdom. But let us not tarry here. Follow me. Not sure how we'll follow him. He doesn't have a ship. Follow me to Tabarim, where my lord will be sure to reward your brave generosity. Set sail for the south, past the pillared reefs with ochre flowers, cross the marshes, and you will see it, ancient Enbesa with gold-lit mountains, slumbering lions, and proud peoples. Okay.
These fabled lands exist after all.
Concerns me that this looks like a cinematic, so we hopefully do not need the chocolate that I threw away.
Yanihoy, Katema. May I introduce my benefactor, a renowned city planner from the distant north.
Such noble hearts are ever welcome in Enbesa. So, you heard I was seeking for talent such as yours to expand our new capital.
Our meeting was serendipity alone, my Emperor.
Then the Lord truly smiles on you. There is opportunity here to be part of a tale greater than all of us. So far, I have neglected this arid province of the Empire, seat of the kings of old.
Like big flat islands, we like
From the
that.
dust, a garden will bloom anew. Many lives of kings has it been since last Enbesa was so united, frail as that legacy may hold. Some would see us divided, each to their own purpose, but they are blind to the greater threat. Hungry eyes turning south towards us. In unison and with pride, we will return their stares.
So must all stand to defend their share, or be eaten.
And so to you, I would entrust the raising of Taborim, our new capital on these lands. May it grow to unite all Enbesa under one covenant. Young
We raised
Binyam
our
will
own
help you
capital
settle,
in
share
the
his
Cape.
plan for the canals. Taborim may soon
Be
shine
nice
like
if it was a
jewel of
different
peace
quest to do here,
on the girdle of this
rather
great
than
nation.
just make a big city again. We shall see, I suppose. It's going to be different.
Session unlocked.
Good, let's send our ship on a bit of an explore. Find as many islands as we
I
can.
wish to speak with you on matters of great importance concerning all Enbesa. Will you work with me to help my people?
I guess, yes, we will do the quest. It would be weird to say no at this
I,
point.
Saleh Ketema, Emperor to Millennial Enbesa and heir to the scepter of Covenant, bid you rest here a while, seafarer.
Find his lighthouse.
A
Okay,
bold new expedition.
it's in the middle of the map.
The people
fine.
celebrate your leadership.
Here's an example island that's kind
The
of
fire
small, but
left
at least it's
ruins
flat.
behind.
Let's deal with those ruins before I continue my thoughts. It's fine. So where are we on the map? Down here, southeast. Okay. We've got the kind of, yeah, the river slots. Interesting. Different materials, I guess, watermill, clay, paper. Green grass and yellow grass. I'm guessing that will have an effect on farming. Fertility for linseed, hibiscus, indigo, spices. River slots, interesting. Okay, so the next one, yeah, no mining materials, just river slots. Bees, teff grass, never heard of it. And here are,
If you want to get ahead, keep on the move.
so unlike the Arctic,
People
the AI
celebrate
are
your
immediately
leadership.
here and taking islands. That's annoying, but there we go. Nomadic herdsman. Not part of Envesa. Interesting. Is that island available to me or not? If they're there, do we have to go fight them, scare them away? Perhaps do a quest to take the island over? That's quite a common thing. We shall find out, I'm sure. Ship is coming close to the lighthouse, so let's progress the quest and send the ship off again. That's not the lighthouse. The lighthouse is here. What is this? Caduci Anatoni Lighthouse. Hire head priestess of Caduci.
The outer worlds. The library
Library.
is restricted to servants of the Lord. The texts here are holy
Temple.
scripture, guarded from unsanctioned influence.
Okay. Quest related, I guess. Here is
Here in the shade of my palace,
Katema.
shall you help me raise a new capital from the dust?
Imperial Palace, Market, Harbour. Wants to buy pocket watches for very, very high price. That's interesting. So this is our starting island, okay.
If you are to unite the many peoples of Inbeza, you must prove you can provide for them all.
You
Did I
just
leave that
crossed
ship?
paths
There we go.
with the Great Wibbly.
Let's unload these items just so that they're kept safe somewhere.
Keep all the eggs in one basket.
Send them around. So this is same base concept: marketplace, residences, warehouses, irrigation
competitor
options,
raised a
water
settlement.
pump and canals. Okay. Guessing that changes yellow grass to green grass. Wanza timber. So that's unlike in other places. We have timber in 2 stages. Lumber and timber. This is a single building. Okay. Goat farms are first to unlock. Shepherds must be the name of the first here. Okay, we got. Keep those safe in there, and then send this out exploring again. While we develop this island, I guess. So we need marketplace and 10 residences. Place it's all the same shapes as we were just playing with, but I didn't really come to a conclusion about what's best, I guess. So
I have a duty of care.
just
Vis-a-vis
start-
vous, you know?
building how we've done before, place it out and then move it later because we get
Goods are but a
Free
fraction
movement.
of what is traded. Tales, news, prayer, all are bartered freely around the stalls.
You reached a new milestone.
there's a start. Content shepherds. Cutter, yeah. So over here
Wanza wood
still
is
want
sturdy,
steel
yet
beams.
versatile. To expand, you will
Then, yeah,
need some
Wanza
groves
timber.
of your own.
Interesting.
You come
Doesn't
from
look
a
like it
faraway
needs
land, do you not?
Greenland.
If you want, I can guide you around the savannah.
Sure. Side quest. Oops. I said yes, but then nothing's happened. Seems to say that it's still going to get 100% here on the whatever we call this, yellow grass. So for now we might as well just place it near. Although we might want quite a bit of wood, mightn't we? Let's make some somewhere. That looks like it'd be good for irrigating. Let's put a bunch over here, I guess. Quite a lot of it to maintain 100%.
You may want to build these a little way off. Noisome creatures tend to roost in the branches.
A house in the middle
Ours
there.
is a temperate way of life. We would rather warm goat milk than spirits.
Road is cut us under 100% on both of them. It's 100% still, so let's just run the road. It's not ideal, never mind, let's get that way instead. There we go. Fine. They want goat's milk. That's what the shepherds have as their initial food. So we need 50 shepherds before we unlock that, which means more shepherd residences are needed. What else they use? What do we... Goat milk and then finery, so clothing. Dried meat is the next. The musician's court is a service, I guess, like the pub. And hibiscus tea. Interesting. Lifestyle need options. So they don't accept mail. Okay. Canned food, hot sauce and jam. They're all relatively complicated.
So I paint faces and masks on what I can find.
Allow them to consume the timber to get extra shepherds. That's quite simple. As timber is a simple matter. Rain and ponchos both would need importing. We shouldn't be under attack. Why are we? I've sailed too close to Angareb. We are not at war with them in the diplomatic sense. We just they attack me if I come too close. Good to know where they are then. Okay, we've unlocked goat farms, so interesting what that is. So it's just a single stage farm. Does it need to be on green grass? I would imagine it does. So let's hold it over here and see.
Ah, the flavor of warm goat milk. A trying creature to herd, but so...
Place livestock in dry savanna. The animals will be healthier if they're on grass. Right. What does it mean? Healthier. Improved on fertile soil. You can place up to 4. 3 are on fertile soil. So,
So, Snake Eyes, is that how it is?
again, what does that mean? It's not really telling us. Base productivity 80%, irrigation 75%, so that makes it quite complicated to work with. If we fit all of the farms on fertile soil.
Is our work no longer needed?
Base productivity of 80%, the irrigation adds 100, so it's going to work at 180%. It would be nicer if it worked at 100% base. But then we are short of shepherds. So why don't we... let's build more residences. So we can see what we're really dealing with. It's not giving us the data because we don't have the warehouse connected. A bit more wood. I'm hoping the 3 wood makers we've built is enough to cover the lifestyle request here. What is the yeah, I mean we're 11 in surplus. There. Okay, so what does it say now? Okay.
Your leadership.
Now that we've got the staffing, it's 100% base, and then irrigation adds 100%. So
after all,
using the fertile land is certainly worth it. That's double production. So yeah, while you can build it on savanna, it seems like a bad idea. Assuming that irrigation is quite simple. Build a water pump that needs...
You
doesn't even need
reach
people.
a new milestone.
I guess it uses a river slot that you might want for something different. And then canals will create fertile land. Interesting stuff.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
We've just unlocked the next few things. Trade unions, fire stations is unlocked, so let's have one. Just so we've got one. Musician's court is unlocked. They want that, so let's build one. That's
Water is scarce in this region of Mbesa.
awkward shape, but there we go.
Binyam and I have been working on a system.
And the fire station needs a connection to a canal. That is very logical. Of course. Built the harbour buildings already, that's good. Let's take some wood to make depots, that's cheap. Except we don't have the wood, but there we go. Okay, so irrigation is a water pump. Simple building from the looks of it.
Water, much like people,
And
is
the
a primal
canal
force.
from that specific
But with
point.
willpower, with intent, it can be exalted for the good of all.
Yeah, to that specific point, I guess. Cool. How much do we get? So irrigation capacity, 200, so you can build 250 blocks of canal for each pump, I guess, is what that is saying. And then the coverage is 4 squares either side of it. That will fill in a whole line over there. Usually.
I wish to found a new kingdom here. You are a confusion.
Turns the land green around it. How lovely. Yeah, but that reaches not, it's not very far. 4 tiles, it's interesting. It's fine, but good. Binary then is the next thing they want. Linseed farm. 2 linseed farms to 1 linen mill. To 2 embroiderers. So linseed farm. Small building. Crops need to be on fertile land. Okay. Can't cross over. That's interesting. It has to be built on the side of the canal that the building is on. It's quite limiting then.
It moves
have
me
to
to see our system at work.
do it like that.
Ours is a culture of growing and nurturing. Water,
Or-
the key to bringing Mbesa together.
Have more canal lines cutting off every
Traditionally, shepherds
so
weave their
often.
own garments, but they
Yeah, so the
need
widest you can make it is 8
linseed needs water.
on account of the distance between the canals. So I would do like this.
A bold
It'd be
new
interesting for sure. Perhaps frustrating, but I guess we will see. So that's 2 linseed farms. We then want a linen mill, but we don't necessarily want to have that on fertile land, because that would be wasteful. So is that. Don't know about this.
I can teach you how to do this.
Yeah, you can put a road over, obviously, the canal. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a bit, I don't think I need to worry about min-maxing every single square of fertile land. Sure, but I don't think so. Let's leave that temporarily while we juggle this around a little. Shame that doesn't line up, but no big deal. 2 embroiderers.
It is my hope that all young people will in time come to Taborim to learn these crafts.
Then redo where we got the milk, which is
These colorful
a bit
things.
moot at the moment. It can go wherever, in any corner.
We're missing materials.
It's quite a distance to the warehouse. Doing it, but I move that closer. Do for now. So it's milk and clothing, probably an excess of clothing, but never mind. We're going to be growing here. Fire station is up and connected. Court is done, so that should be all
Silver linings? Why not honeyed linings?
the things we've unlocked so far. Viscous tea and dried meat are the next things. Any other harbour buildings we want? Necessarily, really. Do that corner up a little bit. That's fine. Ship has finished exploring. Send him to any other patches where it might be possible to hide a little island. There. There.
Best
Here.
prevent any risk of fire. Tapestries are unfortunately quite
We've
flammable.
already built a fire station.
Mind you ensure
AI is
your
expanding
fire station
rapidly.
can
It's on
readily
3 islands
access
already.
the channeled water.
Crazy.
Brave people these.
There's no way
who
we
will
could
stay
expand
to
that
devour
quickly.
the flames.
So supply of finery is good. That quest's almost done.
How they dance and sing. This is a legacy I would hand my people. A land of song and joy.
Photograph at trading post in the old
This
world.
land you come from. I would know more of it.
That one, I guess.
Seductive
Complete
charm.
with seagull.
Bury my desk.
Perfect representation.
How interesting. Certainly this should help prime me for diplomacy with your rulers. Binyam tells me your lands hold many strange wonders. Would you care to enlighten me?
Talk about the old world, okay. No empire is built upon a single thing. What would you say is the old world's greatest legacy? Culture, industry, or navy? I mean, industry probably. We've done so far, at least. This is interesting. So what we've done in the game so far changes what answers we can give. Very cool. We had 1 million global population. We could give the... We're nowhere near that. Tall cities and vast, prosperous and beautiful. Be honest, they're small. One city, excessive in scale, can lose the romantic. Interesting. Saying that we're pretty close to getting the 30,000 for that answer, which I quite like. Pride myself in cities vast in population with access to comfort and convenience. We're not allowed to say that, so I guess we'll go for the Next best option. What do you like most about the position as architect?
How
Exploring the
thrilling!
world.
A renowned personage has arrived.
Building, governing, controlling the seas. Not the seas, I don't think. Not exploring so much. We've mostly been building and governing. Building, I would say. Master Buildable, that's why you are so welcome here in Invasa. Happen to have a gift that may suit our ambitions.
I had expected greater eccentricity.
Sail to his warehouse
We are not so
and
different
collect
after
it. Find out what our reward is.
People celebrate your leadership.
This will expand as we do the quests and we'll get more options here. Could be good if we can trade here.
A token of appreciation from our land and its emperor. A token of...
Mosquito net.
I have need of your advice to select an architect for a project I have been mulling over.
25% productivity at any crop farm if we build the trade union in. Not so impressed with that. Shop around for Research Institute proposals. Architects. Oh.
A dear and amiable bunch, but their work is small fry.
See. Clicking on people in different places, right? So this is the group over here.
Talented, no doubt, but their experience too specific. Their projects lacking scope.
Okay. There's another person. What have we got in the paper? Little happiness and a lot of rioting. So 50% rioting chance because I sent my ship driving past Angareb, not knowing it was there. 50% riot chance because the pirates declared war on us like they always do. Let's blank one out.
Our typesetter will be here all night.
Go very minus riot because if we upset the investors they'll get positive chance.
The voiceless.
I should balance everything out.
Got a knack for this.
You
Hopefully.
gained an influence bonus.
Extensive knowledge. Demonstrable skills? Yes. This consortium have concepted the perfect prototype to become the Research Institute.
This is something we're going to build, I guess.
It is not in vain the Almighty sends us dreams. But one mustn't forget the needs of those who live.
Dried meat
My people
time.
will travel
We haven't
far
unlocked
to
it
tend their
yet,
duty.
so
Thus, our food is often wayful, salt cured.
houses are needed.
A bold new expedition, Admiral.
I have you down as a worry.
Should take us to 300. It's not. They're just moving in. I guess taking time. How is? Yeah, well positive on everything. But there we've unlocked dry meat now. We could do with another depot in order to store more wood. Put you in. Here we go. Resident quest, interesting. Let's see what kind of thing they want here. The Arctic wasn't particularly enjoyable.
But she doesn't milk anymore.
You want a photo of a goat. we can do that. Guess.
You want to dance the danse macabre? You force my hand.
Pirates have
Ship under attack.
run out of non-aggression, so let's try and re-implement it.
I also have
My people will be glad to hear.
Bit more expensive than
Ship
usual, but not
under
much.
attack.
We've survived that for sure. Okay.
Ship under attack.
So, dried meat production. We need 1 salt works,
Ship
2
under
Sanga
attack.
farms, 1 dry
Ship
house.
under attack.
Why are our ships under attack still?
Ship under attack.
Not. It just... A lot of them came at once and we're getting lots of notifications
I'm
all at
not
once.
sure you'll be one to get you.
Annoying.
We've had to fight to keep ourselves.
Pirates have got ship of the lines now. Frigates, but we upgraded to
your stations.
battle cruisers, so it's not like we're at risk really. Just an annoying number of messages anytime we our non-aggression runs out. Okay, so salt works presumably goes on the coast. We'll put it here for now because there's a
Not so long ago,
building to put it in.
salt mines worked by trolls of the warring princes.
Sanga
Hope now
farm
they will stand
is
for something better.
animal, so it can be done on savanna, but is better on fertile. So we'd only need presumably 1 of them if we put it all on fertile soil. Let's extend our canal. Some more fertile areas we can work with. Doing that makes those buildings in a... Yeah, I think we want to not juggle the buildings about so
tea by the door.
so much. Worry so much about maximising every single fertile section. Get the buildings closer to the warehouses. That's more important, I think. Okay, so
People celebrate your leadership.
Sanga farm, we can put 1 up here. Leave a space.
Many breeds of cattle roam in Beza, but the Sanga
Ooh,
is
that's
best
big.
known and beloved by all.
Very big. Will that one count as... That one doesn't count as fertile land. Let's... Waste running a canal up there just for that little patch.
Why doesn't anyone come?
Rotate this instead. To fit a warehouse up here doesn't look like I can. Not with that size of farm. Equally, if the farm is a 4x4, yeah, so we put that there. We can do a... No, you can't do a big long line because there's a maximum radius. That's interesting. Can't build it very easily. I can build it over the canal, okay. That. Very interesting. Layouts of everything over here. preference, why don't I going to put the canal in here. If I
Seductive
can
charms
see the
bury my
coverage.
desk.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there. Maybe that is wasteful, I don't know. Let me move that farm up here. This one into this section. These two in this section. It's one up there. Perhaps on the top. It's something. Much more. Get another 58 canals. Let's do some more, I guess. That. It's going over. Okay, that's 250. Just lay those out for now, and we can move it later and rearrange everything as we need to. That's not a problem. So that is Sanger and Salt. We just need to add a dry house. We move that around a bit. Put it all together somehow. Somehow. Let's do it like that.
Amazingly chewy, isn't it? It may take a little getting used to for foreigners, as with many of
Good, so that's the production of that started up. So while that's rolling out and finishing that quest, I'm just going to take the first quick break of the night. Go around and close the curtains because it's getting dark, and refill my drink and all the healthy things like that. If you've been sat here watching for a while, I recommend you do the same. Stretch your legs, and then a couple minutes time we'll come back and we'll carry on developing the island here. Let's see what's going on. I will see you shortly.
Don't spend it all at once.
The last tiles are inlaid, the drapes hung fantastical. Throw open the palace doors.
Hello there, I am back from break. Let's see what's going on in the Land of the Lions. We've got next quest, talk to Katema, solve his enigma. A side quest to sail there, so let's send our ship round and then fix the lighthouse. No? Ah, he's here. First by the river was the zebra, who startled when the hyena giggled, who in turn yelped when the hippo erupted from the mud. Then the cheetah slunk through the tall grass and made them all tremble except the lion who slept. This was no matter for a king. See. Don't quite understand, but let's see. Different towers based on the animals. Cheetah, hyena, zebra, hippo. Where is lion? Here. There is no lion tower? Okay. Finding the correct towers. So do I have to click them in order? Zebra, hyena, hippo, cheetah. Zebra, hyena, hippo, cheetah. Lion. Apparently not. Palace itself, the lion. That's the lion tower.
The
Okay.
fire is lit.
There we
Let
go.
leonine flame herald a new age for Mbesa.
Move the objects blocking the bathing
The ancient
area.
baths are sadly rather overgrown. My wife especially is rather keen to see them restored.
It's down here, down the hill. Okay. Move those rocks, trees and stuff.
What
There we
can
go.
bring a people together better than bathing blissfully together?
Select Katema to talk to him.
Yanehoi! Yanehoi! The goats, they are singing. It is a miracle.
Singing
blessing.
goats. Do mi so ti la.
Singing goats. Did you drink too much tej? Very well. I shall give you the benefit of the doubt.
So ti la.
Tell no one I said so, but I've heard court musicians less talented than these wonderful creatures.
Next step, attract
And
an
you kept a
elder.
perfect
I'm guessing that's the
But I'm
next
afraid now we
tier
really
of
must get back to
population. I'm
The
going to do
elders
this
have
side
been
quest
clamoring
first.
for a place to partake in the holy Land. A testament to your stewardship. Elders constitute a devout, opinionated group. Do not underestimate the reach of the moot, their council. Mbesa stretches from horizon to horizon.
Help bring the
All
dissenting
insurgent
factions under his rule.
dominions seek
Okay.
the heralds of Angareb in the Meridian, and of Kidusi and Itoni and Wahadesha in the Septentrion.
3 different
Convinced
lighthouses, 3
they are
different
better
side
united.
quests, I guess.
Wahadesha, once a land of bountiful wonders, torn apart by countless wars. I once desired for Wahadesha to blossom anew, but that fruitless endeavor drains resources I can no longer afford. There are writings housed in the library of Kidusi and Etoni that were old even before your old world took to the seas. But Kidusi's priests cling stubbornly to a faith long forgotten, will not join Mbesa until the day I decree their dogma the only truth.
Change their religion for them. Okay.
The pirates of Angerev deem themselves princes, inhabiting the hallowed palace of the Elamais. But the luster of its glories dulled long ago. They refuse to bow to me, or any not of the blood of Selamawi. Many times have I tried, but I cannot bring them to reason.
Okay.
Wahadesha expects a delivery.
They seem like the easiest ones to
Take it
get
for
on
them,
board.
And in so doing, learn of their troubles. A time will come when we confront those who oppose Mbesa. But first, we must tend to those who petition us daily for succor. Let us not tarry then.
That was these guys, I think. Looks like it.
What brings you? I would welcome you better, but even the patient Jat has deserted our island.
You would
So
explain?
they just need water, really.
Wahadesha is old. Some of its beauty yet survives. Follow Abel. He will show you.
Abel. Is that this person? Yep. Interesting. Very different approach to the quests compared to the previous DLC chains. Very different. Slower. Which is, I don't know, at the moment I'm finding it just a bit weird, I suppose, but there we go. Used to be Arwut in pens. Most animals have fallen heat and droughts. Pens have been forsaken. Who is Ayasu the herder? There's a thriving marketplace here once. Ayasu watched over countless herds. All that is left is a din of idle sailors and dockhands. Far. Much of it is derelict and forlorn today. What few children remain are fond of playing in the shaded sands and dirt. About the walls. Long ago we built those walls, set powerful gates within them to protect dangerous beasts. Ricky. Even though they ultimately fled the island, death and dust made it their home. House at the top. House of Bloodlines. Hatiar of Wahadesha ruled from here. Last of that line still live here, led by Yara. Authority is long faded. All turn to the chieftain for leadership. Yara is a respected figure in the community. Memory is extensive. Even more than an elephant. Pity that the language is lost among younger generations. Yara speaks precious little Mbesan. Summit of the island. Oh, I missed that one.
The whole of Wahadesha stretches from here land and law. Ask your question, Shema, and I will answer.
Is
Luaha
the
water
oasis.
is impure. Long ago, there was beauty here, but now it is dust solid and scorpion touched.
So is impure, okay.
The Pa Itaru has stood mysterious for millennia. Our river temple, old as Mbesa.
Temple, makes sense. It's the river, I guess, runs through it. Ran through it.
When the sun first rose, the gods blessed the island soil. On that land grew Isiads,
Eldest and
eldest
tallest
and
tree.
tallest, the memory tree.
Curia. Oh. Okay.
Strangers built this camp long ago, brought tall ships from the north, and many wars. But we remember.
We're not the first,
Yara
eh?
provisions.
Many
A
woes.
competitor's island is under siege.
Sure. Hopefully we're not. What am I missing? What haven't we talked about yet? Now down here. Salt saturated tree trunks.
Floods no longer grace the Waha. Salt beds pile as the water dries up. As soon will we, like our fathers.
It's no longer grace.
It's time for guard duty by the Mecha, where Lord Ketema's provisions are stored. I leave you harbor bound.
Aye.
Our people know much. Talk to them and learn. If dismayed by our speech, come find me.
Talk to individual people, but the quest is seek the source of the oasis. Okay, so maybe they give us clues or something. The young chieftain. Yara knows the most about the olden times, but her speech can be impenetrable. Remember the tales of the Kebe, the well bringing water to the Waha. You tell us about it, okay? Apologies. Her grandmother used to tell me of her childhood. Origin fish for salamander. Speaking of water, subject of scarcity. Even when she was a child, spoke not of the Waha itself, but of the Itaru. Used to put the salamander back into the kebe of the Itaru to see them jump. Is that like... Will it all become clear when we fix the problem here? Wondered how a kebe would have enough force to make animals leap, as the waters flowed powerfully down.
These fabled lands exist.
It's indeed an Itaru. Hadesha once, long ago, must not have been far from the deep-rooted Iseds. Now the Wasi have taken over. Missed that. Select the Wasi to find the Kebe. So Abel can make sense of these words, or she can repeat it. The Wasi to find. Thought that. Yeah, remove the rubble here. This is like the riverbed. That's, I think, what we're talking of.
A shedjet, a water well. Time
Yeah.
clogged and lily logged, but hope for water still.
It's the old well. To investigate. We have selected. Can we? Here we go. Antique well hidden under rubble.
There was fighting here long ago. Kashtan forces fled, bloodied by Ketema's host. Now only ruins, memory haunted.
Take a photo
The
of
waters
it.
of my
Okay.
patience are running dry.
Sail to Katema to report the good news.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Sure what the good news is. We found a well. Something, I guess. Okay.
So, Wahadesha. Is there hope?
Is there
to
hope?
restore
Yes,
the
there is
island?
hope.
Water below, you say? Then we must bring it forth at once.
Help the workers.
Let us not tarry then. Change must come
There
to
they are.
Wahadesha. My patience and charity grow thin. They will adapt or be abandoned.
What to do is make the water flow, and that seems like a simple thing to help.
This is Wahadesha? This wasteland? Barely had the shit yet been found, then Ketema sent aid. A lord most trustworthy and caregiving. The land
Sound
is no longer
positive
used
here.
for water. It needs Isiates to ward the threat of the Wak, a water curse.
Need to ward the threat of the
Isiates
curse.
of the
Okay.
Wasi died long ago, but there may be some on other islands, by deep waters and cool waters.
The Caduci and
My
Etoni.
family hold you in
See
highest
if they have got whatever this is we're after. Okay, let's just check on the island while we're sailing away. Fine on everything. Positive, significantly positive. Milk is the closest. We could grow.
Isiates, you say? What a strange dialect. Trees, I believe. This was found by the shore behind the library. Take as many as you wish.
Okay. It's just giving it to us trees, okay. Bring them back over. Not a huge fan of the quest that is sail there and sail back again. Not really got time to do anything in between. It's not that much of a distance. Then again, I suppose I prefer that to click on 10 different
So what
things
shall
in
it be?
Don't know.
We are close to
Yes,
clearing
there
the
are
last
some
of the
trees.
rubble. Now comes the time to plant the Isiate trees for
Plant
water
the
holding.
trees, okay. That's quick. Select the well and order them to clear it, okay. Here comes water. Yeah.
A desert hut no longer. Water flows, life birthing, and tempest quiet. A miracle.
Right.
You have done much in little time. With water, Waha can surely now manage for themselves.
It's nice how the grass changing colour. It's a pretty cool effect that they've done in this part.
How we celebrate, the Wasi of Pa Itaru must be repaired. It is thus forlorn and poorly.
It's this, yeah, this temple. Deliver 12 tons of mud
Festival.
bricks.
More expenses.
We're not making
Time
those
we
yet,
made higher
so I guess
plans for
that's
Wahadesha.
a later plan.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Make a decision about Wahadesha. Okay. Why should I squander more of my resources than I need to expand my empire just so these islanders can feast? Home for such irresponsibility to change. Feasts have been very good for us in our lands. If Invisa is to thrive and become
in one of your factories.
great, all must play their part. We will not have them merely survive, they must grow prosperous and contribute. There's land aplenty here, enough to feed the entire empire. These old stones must be torn down and water returned to the drylands. No longer will theirs be a language arcane to all. Time for industrious rejuvenation has come. This would destroy their unique identity, or keep listening. I mean, their unique identity is interesting, but we're here as his guest, not as his telling him what to do, so I'm going to keep quiet. The men will be ready to start as soon as they are needed. In the meantime, I ask you to tear down those forsaken piles of stone. Need as much ground as we can to carve the deep canals and prepare the farmland. There's no middle ground here. There's no, like, explaining why we think it's a bad idea. It's not really vandalism. I mean, he wants us to completely destroy a religion on the next island, so as the Emperor commands, I guess. There's no pleasant duty but such are the burdens of the Emperor. Must look to the greater good. History will remember the well builders and unity weavers, not the dust and ruin hoarders. So we must settle our conscience with guilt. All may thank us for this prosperity the sacrifice will bring.
Ruins must be cleared to make way for the irrigation system.
If you say so.
Doubtless the inhabitants will complain, but it must be done.
So that's changed that quest. We can progress it. Let's sail back and do so. Although I did get a warning, didn't I, about another oil refinery explosion, which we can't afford to repair. We don't have the concrete or windows here. I don't think we got spare ship anywhere that's not active. Got the salvia, we can't. Can the salvager take a bunch of materials over?
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
Looks like it might. What do we want? We want reinforced concrete, full amount.
Seductive charms.
Take spare. And windows. Take spare of that. We're always short of steel beams over there as well, so why don't we take a bunch of those? I think the earlier materials we can make there locally, so that's fine. Let's order you to New World Prosperity. Looks fine. Hadn't considered that before. They've got 6 storage points. That's pretty good. Moving stuff around. Let's go back to Envisa. Just in time.
The season for Messiet is nigh. A time of fancy flight. Did you bring enough so all goes well?
Not exactly. Point the workers to the ancient building.
I beg of you, Shema. These are not ruins. They are our hearts, our history. There must be some other way.
Can we make?
I don't think we'll be laughing over stories tonight.
The old trees.
Wahadesha has few resources. Wood and brick will be needed for the canals.
Looks like it could have been cool to rebuild it. Oh well. Can always do a second playthrough and be their friend instead, I guess. Now they do need mud bricks on this quest chain, so I'm assuming that's something we get when we upgrade, so let's upgrade some people.
I think I will invite them to the dance.
You reach a new milestone.
Elders. See what that unlocks.
So he has finally come, or been sent. It was but a matter of time.
The bad guy, I guess.
Maintain the position Her Majesty set out in her letter. Use any means at hand to achieve the necessary result. A personal failure would be unacceptable. I swore to myself I'd never return. Swore it. What? How?
Oh.
You? And why are you
It's
here?
Blake.
Ah, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Her Majesty has no qualms with free traders. But please, no politicking here, for the Crown has a vested interest in Inbeza.
Let it not be said a guest was made to feel unwelcome in Inbeza, regardless of his bearing.
Interesting.
Let him
They're
settle.
both our friend, but they're
So long
against
as it
each
is
other.
not on our land, we shall refrain for the time being and observe.
Troubled times make familiar faces friendly, eh? Well, there's always a berth on Her Majesty's land if you want to
he
feel
settle?
more at home.
Don't see him on a
It was only a matter of time
island.
before
Here?
Inbeza
Here.
attracted such attention.
Where those nomads
Now will
were.
its true test begin.
It's a colonial villa
I
and a
told you
little
no,
island,
gentlemen.
okay.
Pray welcome him in my name, and see what wind bears him ashore.
Okay, welcome him in your name, so let's
I hope you don't disapprove of gift giving.
unload our mosquito net, even though we're not using it, we'll just clear the storage space in the ship. Send him over to that island where Lake is. Okay, so elders, we've just got some. It's the maximum level, so it's only the 2. They immediately want ceramics. Then we'll want stew, scripts, and lanterns. Happiness, we haven't done, we should do hibiscus tea. We've unlocked that, I think. Tapestries, clay pipes, spectacles will need to be imported, okay. Bit awkward. And a monastery service. Lifestyle needs at this level, soap import. Herbs and orchids, all a bit awkward. Fabric is awkward as well. Sewing machines are needed somewhere else. Can't remember where. New World, I think. Goose feathers, that's interesting. The Arctic. None of those jump out as immediately worth doing. Hibiscus tea we should get some of, because that's wanted at both levels. Shepherds as well. So how does that
A
work?
familiar face. Splendid. Come now, take me to this Katima. We have much to discuss.
2 hibiscus farms to
You
3
should know of me already.
spices.
I wrote often enough, but communications in this land seem haphazard.
Requires fertility, and it's a crop, so it'll operate at 100% and requires
Although I
fertile
fear
land
I
rather
know
than
the outcome,
bonus.
let us nonetheless be civil and prepare a banquet.
2 hibiscus farms rather than it actually being one in reality. So they need 144.
I would greet our guest with a worthy gift. A comprehensive chronicle
Now
of
that's
our great land.
okay.
The Epic of Lions. Come find me to discuss
Awkward.
compiling it.
How we fit these together.
No banquet hall is complete if not suitably tapestried.
Happens to fit nicely there.
There must be dishes aplenty.
3 tea
Let's
spices.
make
They
known
don't need
bounty
grass. They
Mesa.
can go wherever. Let's put them. Out here, I guess, is like a free space at the moment. We'll put an extra warehouse in there. No, that doesn't quite line up how I thought. Let's send them out the other direction. Let's put the warehouse there. Put these the other side of it so they use that. That should give us hibiscus tea up to 2 is available, yep. Take some time to get running. Good. Quest is for dried meat and tapestries. Well, we've got dried meat, so tapestry was a happiness item for elders. We need to sort that out. They are also where mud bricks come from, so that is clay and teff. Got the fertility for it. 1 clay collector. No, 4. Yeah, 1 clay collector to 4 teff farms and 4 brick houses. That's extreme. Okay. Make lots of bricks to build with, I guess. Depending on how much space a teff farm needs, that's interesting. Might want to change this up a bit somehow. To connect a second water pump. Just to finish the full irrigation of this space.
Ceasefire has ended.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Doesn't quite fit. Bit awkward. We would have down shoots. Well, let's worry about that later. If and when it becomes relevant. Okay, so 4 teff farms is... I mean, they don't need much. 168, that's a lot. They're not going to fit like that. I want to move this part of the canal. I'm going to move that to that one. Get this down here. These are their tips. I suppose the least wasteful space-wise would be to do it diagonally up the edge. Probably. Bit weird. I'm going to do them straight for now. Do that instead. We can remove all of this. And then likewise there, even though we're not currently using it. Let's extend that. We want 1, 2, 3. Let's move that back one so they're all lined up. Actually, forward one would be best.
These fabled lands exist after all.
Then probably a warehouse down here, which again does not fit very well. Fine, just put it where put it down there. Envisioning we'd have more farms down there, so no, let's put it there. And we'll have to come over like here instead. Yeah, that's fine. Join wherever. Sufficient workforce, okay. We're not done. 4 brick houses. They need 100 elders each. Okay, so we're not actually going to have 4 running. No way. Let's just have 1 for now. We'll leave these farms in place just because they've planned out where they are. We'll just have 1 running. We'll have an excess of clay, I guess, which they didn't want, did they? No, that's okay. No, simple. That's fine. We need to fix this workforce, so let's upgrade to get the elders. And then build in the extra houses for more shepherds.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Yeah, they're not covered by Musician's Court like they want to be. I'll move it to this corner. Still a few not covered in the corners, so we need a second one. Put one.
This city is a
So that
magnet
tip.
for genius.
Second one down the other side. Where it was, I guess. That'll do. It's fine. Click the demand levels now, so we have the capacity for hibiscus tea, that's fine. We're now short of milk. Spot on everything else, so we'll run short of it very soon, but there we go. There's the milk, so that's not necessarily the best spot for it. Not really sure where would be, but the road into it as well. Quite fit down there. I mean, up here might be good. Do like a whole row. No, because the road won't fit there either. Perfectly spaced. Ah. Silly of me. The hibiscus farms weren't connected, so I wouldn't have been actually making the tea for them. Why don't we move some of this around because it doesn't need fertile land. Come down here. Warehouse, I guess. I'll use the two on this side of the river, I guess. It's a little further for some of them, but not too bad. Then a milk move as well.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
That's fine, they're all out of that way. And then, well, why don't we move the fire station as well? So that's... so that canal isn't in the way. No, that's always going to be in the way, isn't it? How do we... Sure, there's a better way to fit it in here. I'll fit both fields with that there, so... Definitely want to move that. Moving that changes where the fertile land is. Interesting. Take it up, but then it won't make enough fertile land for the fields unless it goes like there. And they go the other way round. Can they? It's not going to all fit. Only 3 of them. It's done like that. Okay. Just not a great spot for it. Let's move it over here. So it should be really. Let's over to move those. No, because that's not long enough. The distance around the farm isn't good. We have to do it. Doesn't look like there's any good way of doing it. No, leave that. We can do something else there later. Move that road as long as connect somewhere else. There will work. Here. There we go. And then use the irrigation. There's already some there. Guess I don't know. This is awkward. Just a bit awkward. To be there as well. That's a bit funny looking. Then you've not got the distance to put the fields in. Like to have it like that, and then another one to just run a road across in that little gap I've left, but that's not an option. So they have to kind of go. They can't go in that corner either. Doesn't really matter how you do it. You can't line it up good. Yeah. The side of the canal instead, like that. Still can't get into that corner. Can't rotate them to do anything better. This. Marginally better, perhaps. So let's move that down. Make the second one that we need. Something. Need a warehouse for them.
Seductive charms bury my death.
Not very happy with that, but there we go. It's something. Need to reattach water to the fire station itself. Yeah, not happy with that, but we'll juggle them around again later at some point, I'm sure. Income of mud bricks is pretty slow.
There's value to
If I unpause another one.
It is good to feel useful.
Still got a spare 100 shepherds, so let's upgrade a bunch more. We've got the 100 elders instead. We can build one more brick house, I guess. Going to need more people to put into place the ceramic and tapestry production that's needed.
Sun,
anything we can do about that?
These are the true riches.
Nothing we can really provide that will increase the number of shepherds per house. We're going to need more houses.
My son sent me a bird from over.
No matter what. Can I move that over? Put them in this side. coverage of musicians. Centralise it. Looks like dark green all over. Should be fine. Okay, so they need ceramics. That's clay plus indigo. Got surplus clay. I guess I hadn't thought of that. Can't grow indigo on this island, so we're going to need to settle another one and give it shepherd level of people, but we could, and this is a smallish kind of thing, I guess. If the other islands also got
I can teach you how to do this.
hibiscus, linseed, that's it, right? That's the, yeah, hibiscus and linseed allows us to get to this level. It's a nice looking island. Is there a flat one? It's quite wide and open. This one looks big, but it's got 4 river slots. I guess that's really what you're concerned with, isn't it? That's got 3, and all the other big ones have been taken. Yeah. This is the biggest island, the one with the most river slots. That's the one I want to take. What do we need to do so? There we go, double click. He needs to... Lots of quests going on at once. I'm getting juggled up. Bring him over and get the wood. I'm not sure what we'll need to settle. You normally need steel, so we may need to go back and get some steel. Well, why don't we... I sent the salvager over to replenish down here, didn't I?
Aye.
So why don't we unload those bits here, keep 50 steel, send you to Enbesa Tabarim. Bought those to rebuild that, so there's that rebuilt. So that guy will bring, if we need steel to settle, then he'll bring it for us to do so. Okay. Though we'll need a regular trade ship. I mean, we can use that salvager. We're not using it for anything else. It's been sat doing nothing for ages, so that can do the route to bring the ceramics to this island. Or just the indigo is the other option. Two indigo farms, 1 ceramics, and we could remove these teff farms and have sufficient surplus clay production for that. Oh, we also need indigo for tapestries. Okay. Indigo and linseed. So if an island has... I didn't check that, did I? Can't use this island. Got the fertilities. We want an island that has linseed, hibiscus, and indigo. Linseed and indigo. Hibiscus and indigo. Hibiscus and indigo. Linseed, hibiscus and indigo, but this is not big enough to settle how I imagined, as in to replace our primary population, because we can use those 3 to provide everything that they're asking for. Linseed and lobsters. Linseed, hibiscus. Looks like it's only that island. Check that. Look, I think I've checked them all. Yeah, it's only this one that's got all 3, so don't know really. That doesn't seem big enough. It's better to take the big island and not that big, but the bigger island. We can't do. No, that's not right, is it? The island that we're taking has to do indigo, so it's this one. Sure, that is bigger. A little bit, I think. Do linseed, so we just need to bring hibiscus tea over to here. This one's much bigger. I think it doesn't make sense to try and move the population centre. It should be here. And we'll just make indigo on the other island. And do all the other stuff here. I don't know. That doesn't... Sure, that's best. Doesn't feel right. Feels like it'd be better to make the ceramics, bring them over, finished good. Make the ceramics and the tapestries on the other island and bring them over. Split the population. And have elders on both islands. Probably best. Take a bunch of wood and see if we're allowed to. This island. Come is still fine, not really dropping. How is this island? Barely negative, so it's not. The Arctic was obviously just a big waste of money, but we're not losing much extra here. No, it doesn't require steel, but it does require mud bricks. We have to bring what we've got of those as well. Or I suppose the 8 that's required. It's okay. Anything else that's now... Things close still. We do need more dried meat. Don't need more clothes. Everything else is okay. Yeah, so we do need more dried meat, which is difficult. Kind of just copy this, I guess. Then salt is the other thing. Yeah, copy that. Should be right. Yep, that's more than enough. Okay, so our ship is there. Let's load mud bricks on. This island before the AI can. Should have left over to do that quest actually. Just the right number.
A competitor raised a settlement.
It's indecent, your luck with islands.
To grab 15
I grew an empire
wood
from
and
nothing
all the bricks.
too, dearie.
Take that back to this island. An influence reward, world leader. 's the expansionist one. So our default island workforce has grown. That's
You
helpful.
gained an influence bonus.
Maximum now though, so hopefully it's enough for everything we might want to do. Let's put
The people celebrate
wood
your
production.
leadership.
Let's put a couple of them in. Our island workforce does not apply
Here's an easy
in Arctic
target,
or
lad.
Endesa. Okay, we have to settle people here, but let's sort that pirate out first.
It's rare we
That was
leave
cheap.
any alone. Fine, but
Cheapest we've had a piece. Good. Okay, so let's get a marketplace, and I guess we'll do farms south of the river. So let's do people over here. Should get us started. Probably gonna need more than that, but we'll need more wood, so we'll let that work itself out. Just need to, yeah, connect that road as well, don't we? Guess they want milk as well. We can't. Need to wait for the timber to come in on that one, and that's fine. We'll leave that for a while.
Decrease it. Of course, we must.
Deliver the materials here to build water network thing here.
Wahadesha still has untenanted land that could be used to produce much of what Taborim needs.
Not sure how we can look at this space and say it would make a good
Wahadeshan
industrial
ceramics
space,
used to
but
be famous.
there
See
we
that
go.
they are produced once more.
For ceramics, okay.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Wahadesha is a haven of peace, a place of quiet. No industry should mar the baited stillness of a garden.
new orders.
We'll deliver them there anyway, even though we don't need the steel. Keep that ship around to do that trade route, might as well. Why not?
Sowing new seeds, I see. I look forward to that.
Bring the seeds over. That quest. That one we're just waiting on. Okay. There's another side quest there as well that we could pick up. Sail to that ship. Okay, we'll do that next. Find out
A
what that quest is
competitor's
about.
island is under siege.
Grow indigo. But we cannot eat indigo. What shall we feed upon?
Wahadeshan cloth was also renowned. Embessans will soon don raiment worthy of kings.
Okay. Move these elements.
Wahadesha survives. But in what form? How much soul loss? Merely for our bodies to live on.
Sure do like complaining a bit. Kind of interested in seeing the other side of the story, I guess. Maybe may replay this whole DLC at some point and see what what you get if you pick the other options. Flax seeds now, okay. It's sailing back and forth again, okay. Let me pick up this quest as well while we're over here.
Ready then? A fine scholar has recently returned from Vespuccia, where he was researching archaeology. Find him in Kidusi Anitoni. He will be of great help.
Starts that chain, so let's drop the seeds off there. Talk to... I've got a sail over here for the quest, okay. Seeds off first and then we'll sail over.
The sand swell up.
Yep. Head over here.
The water now needs but a nudge of the hand, and a bountiful flood will flow forth.
Inaugurate the water pump.
So you're
okay.
the one tasked with weaving our great epic together? A foreigner? Well, any ship in a storm. Well-intentioned, I'm sure, but I spent years studying this exceedingly complicated subject at Arvert College. It is hardly an easy task. The college was nice. It is Arvert, but the people of Vespuccia were indisposed by my chroma, if you know what I mean. So I left, and more's the loss for them. All good research papers start in a library. Preferably a palatial library. The priests will grant you access, perhaps. I hope.
The library is restricted to
It will
servants
not
of the
grant
Lord.
access, of
The
course.
texts here are holy scripture, guarded from unsanctioned influence. But as you are working on the chronicles, you may enter if you answer this riddle. On quiet meres I lay, never sinking, yet dipped in water, I am fit for drinking.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
Find in Caduci something that is bland when floating but delicious when sunk. Any hints? Not a house. Not Teku the warrior. Hibiscus? That kind of makes sense. I don't really know what hibiscus tastes like if you don't steep it in tea, but I'm going to guess it's bland.
The hibiscus
There we
flower
go.
is the image of what we seek. Here in Kidusi Anitoni, knowledge nourishes us, that we may bloom in the eyes of the Lord. One must learn to see with the inner eye, the eye of the soul. Tell me,
Point out
which of
the
the buildings
largest
on our island
building.
is largest?
The library?
Yes, our library is vast, but is only the cloud-swathed summit. Look to the roots hidden beneath.
Roots hidden beneath is presumably
Our temple is but a frail offspring of the
Nope.
mighty halls of the
no deep
Elamites.
temple in there.
Tall walls and ornate ceilings, but shallow roots.
And a statue, probably not.
Me and
Largest
you.
building.
Sounds great, doesn't it? It's all prepared.
Sort of newspaper out. Again, we get the war declared problem. We're definitely going to edit these. Let's remove the chance of riot. Replace the need consumption with. Let's just blank it out. We've got some happiness too, so we'll just publish
Censorship is
that.
not always the cranny of the corrupt.
Still looking for the largest structure in Canusi.
New expedition.
The mountain? What's this over here?
He that ordered this tomb built dreamt of
Tomb,
glory
okay.
everlasting. Yet the tomb lies empty, and his name forgotten.
Someone's house? Don't think so. Ancient ruins?
Long ago, our library was a beacon of learnedness in a world of darkness. But the treacherous kings of Kashta burnt it all. Now it is
So
interred deep
the
below our
ruins
heads.
were the biggest
But to
structure.
those who know, the high walls and pale altars live
Okay.
on all around us.
Make
Your
a decision.
understanding is starting to blossom. The time for admittance is at hand.
Let's make a decision. What's the first test? Discover the symbol, hibiscus flower. Scentless at first, delicious when submerged. What do we make of it? Hibiscus tea is the path to redemption? Probably not. Probably that one should seek knowledge to bloom. The root of this metaphor is our awareness of the many senses we are gifted with. Hearing and observing the world leads to wisdom. Observing, smelling and tasting hibiscus taught us that lesson. Okay. Discovered the hidden roots of Caduceus Anatoni, ruins of the old library. Many tomes of learning were lost. There's an ancient history of writing here. Tomes of learning were lost, I guess. No.
A
Soil holds
competitor's
the memory.
island is under siege.
Store and nurture knowledge. Ours is a millennial faith. Unchallenged tradition of the centuries. Takes devotion. Students and scholars of the faith to understand the simplest tenets of the wisdom stored here. Keeping our minds and bodies free of the corruption of novelty. It's not going to go down well with the Emperor. Ours is a spiritual labour of heart and mind. Menial manual labour distracts from the holy mission. Something Irenia of Katema have forgotten. They sow and craft, but in the process they forget their duty to the people's soul. Shall not share in such decrepitude. The Lord would have us blend into his people, his united faith. This is a betrayal of all we stand for, till he decides to build his empire around the true ancestral faith of Mbesa.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Which is the Irenia to refocus on spiritual duties.
A
There be no
fire
harmony.
broke out.
A fire in a second. Skills are essential for the Empire to thrive. Hope to make him see the truth in your words. I don't particularly see a truth in their words. There's no compromise to be had. It's what all industry or all reading. Their skills are essential for the Empire to thrive. Believes that we're like the hibiscus before bathing in the waters of knowledge. It's always hope. Okay.
Loyalty to Lord Ketema does you credit, but we will not join him. He is too narrow in his faith, and I will not see Kidusi's legacy forgotten. You show
Rebuild the
yourself
coal
to be
mine that
worthy of
exploded.
trust. Lift now the
Looks like the
veil
fire was
and
kept
enter
under
our
control
fairy
aside from that, so that's good. We have access to the library, okay, so presumably we can progress this
Very
island.
well, let's get to it. All great nations spring from a golden age, a time of splendor and legend. The books are over there.
Let me just... I wonder if we can finish this chain to get out of the way. Inaugurated the water pump. Here or there. Ceramic
Mahadesha, an
embroidery.
oasis once more. A place of beauty, growth and trade. All Mbesa will turn to it as the future and dream.
It's a bit small, I don't know.
We turn to you for help.
Interesting.
And got iron chain and industry in return. Wahadesha survives.
Particularly call this industrious either.
A soulless people.
Not compared to the
Tell your emperor he has won.
foundries we just went and looked at.
Not all change is an evil. With your help, Wahadesha can play a part in bringing Mbesa a brighter future.
Interesting.
Good.
What they're
taken
doing with the
Wahadesha by the
themes of
scruff
this
of the
law.
neck. In time, it should thrive anew. It could even become
Not bad. A lot more interesting than the previous quest chains, for sure. So that has finished that chain off, so let's look to continue this one. Read the books describing the Golden Age and founding of Envesa. Priests of Caduce follow rules and rituals. Sure, anything there is helpful to us. Labour and crafting are prohibited. It was laid out after the dark rule of Surya, whose flames devoured the books on Caduce. Cursed be his name. So we got here, foundation of Envesa. So they rode the waves, seeking the promised land. The queen bid the gods calm the raging storm. So the gods did comply. The waves rose higher than mountains on either side of the ship, yet the waters before us were becalmed and clear. Ahead lay the golden plain of Envesa. So the queen did lead her people through the sea, where leviathans roam, build a mighty city there. In that city, raised a temple to a lost husband, Salamawi. Those who had stayed with him, Siliamidos, beyond the confines of the world. Okay. Troglodyte architecture.
Things are hard enough as it is.
Following the depredations of the Sun King on Caduce, burning of the library and all it contained, Caduce resumed the practice of rock dwelling. Sure how this is helping us. 8 senses. Something expresses itself through each of them. It must be divine. Senses are a way of feeling and understanding the divine. Heresy in the Golden Age. In the Golden Age, Surya burnt down the whole of Envesa, its very country, in a rage of madness. Branded the Caduce outlaws and heretics, tortured anyone who would not renounce the faith. Idolatry is
I hope
heresy.
there'd be more, but these are all the books we have. Hardly enough for a full chapter.
Yeah, not much.
A fellow scholar
Blessed
of the
dead.
Golden Age. There is much we could discuss.
Make a decision. Golden Age ended in the cruelty and bloodshed of Surya. That much is well known, but its foundations are unclear. Few sources have survived the ravages of time, even in this place of learning. Barely even any mentions of the early years of Envesa outside the book we found. What did we glean from it? I've forgotten already. This first day could be the day Queen Shava landed on its shores, or Legends and Fables, Journey from Siliamidos. Envesa's first day could be myth or history. The scribe who carved these careful lines know of sources lost to us today. Were they lending too much credence to popular belief and legend? Never know. Conclusions are transient themselves, so whatever choices we make, so then caution to our thoughts. Accounts are precious but fallible. The evidence traces from the very time they yield information on the Golden Age. Where would we look for them? Ancient structures on Wildesha that we've just destroyed. Ruins of the old library on this island. The Emperor's city was built on the ruins of the first capital. Well, that's time of the Golden Age. But so's, I guess, the information before it got destroyed at the end of the Golden Age. Let's go with the Emperor's city. Temple of Selamawi is ancient. Most of the other ruins are young. History was not kind to the capital. Thrice it was razed, thrice built anew. Temple bones are long forgotten. Oops, we were just wrong. It is here. Nowhere other than Caduceus Anatoli, you find land untouched by greedy or violent hands for countless centuries. If evidence of Syria's time is to be found, be in this ground on which we stand. The Mad King's Inquisitors burned the old library 2 millennia ago.
History becomes legend, legend myth, and even myth is half forgotten. But why not dig up the old library? There must be traces to be found.
Quite right. Archaeology is the queen of all disciplines. Go, dig, dust, douse. The evidence should be enough to complete this first fragmentary chapter.
Go collect some workers.
You are accustomed to such undertakings. Gather a crew and supplies, and we will support you.
Got the wood over here to expand a little bit again. So we'll do that.
Beware the sweet words of the priests of Caduceus. They are cannier than they seem, and will see their faith vindicated rather
Get them
than
the
bound.
milk they're going to want. If we can.
Oh, I didn't expect.
Not quite.
An interesting idea. But the capital will not grow if I expend workforce on secondary concerns.
Unsurprising. The people of Tabarin are wayward, having forgotten the ways of old.
That'll do. That is some milk. Just need a warehouse for them to deliver it to. Okay. So if they won't give us the people here, maybe we could take them from over here. We shall see.
A bold new expedition.
What else are
Silver
we going to need
linings?
over here then?
Why not honeyed linings?
Binary build the next if we get to 150, which we're not at yet. We can put the musician court into place because it's a simple service to put in.
What brings you? Resources are thin. Any help you could send would be appreciated.
We cannot accommodate so many. We shall need temporary quarters for these workers.
Okay. So they need 10 tons of any food to give us the people, and they need 10 bricks, 30 timber to set up accommodation for them. Pick all that up at once. Can it be
Iniquani bedehina metahi.
trading has expanded. Can't get many more different things, but a few. They'll buy penny farthings now as well. Interesting. Bit random, but there we go. Speed up time to get our ship round the corner. So 10 tons of any food. We can have dried meat, that's fine. Then 30 tons of timber, 10 tons of mud bricks. The food off first to get the people, then take the rest of it all over to the island, I guess.
A new milestone.
District level. Okay, so firehouse is important. Need to get a water pump up. Make sure we have a functional firehouse everywhere. We expand this canal. Some farming on it or something, I guess. Why not? 2, 3, 4. Could do there as well. Something, we can put some stuff there then. Whatever we need next. If it'll even fit. That looks a bit small actually for the kind of farms we've been building so far. We'll see. We'll find out, I suppose. Then, yeah, they want finery as the next thing, isn't it? So that's 2 of them, 1 of them, 2 of them. So 2 linseed farms. See if they do fit. They're actually the ones.
This would certainly help us survive, if you could allow it. An oath given is an oath due. Our workers have boarded your ship. May your search prove fruitful.
Lengthways along, okay. Linen mill. 2 embroiderers. And a warehouse. Work, that will make the clothes that they're after. Is all that they're after for the time being. That's plenty of milk for them, so good. Leave them to it. Come back over here. We've got workers, timber and bricks. We can take all that over here. Progress this quest.
Now for the final note. Back already? A small contribution to the Lord's plan.
Okay, so that's...
Excavators appear ill-fed. But we'll have to do for the task at hand.
They need 15 minutes to do the actual digging, discover whatever.
Excavation can commence. Lord,
We
look
need...
favorably upon us.
Main quest, we still need tapestries, which... One of the things that needs indigo, isn't it? Yeah, so... We're going to need 2 indigo to the ceramics chain. Yep, and then 2 indigo for the tapestry chain. 4 indigo farms on this island, ultimately. See what they need. So they need fertile land. 144 spaces. That's it's the same as these ones, I think. No, 144. Then it was hibiscus. Okay, works well that way. If the building is that, it's a different sized building. So it'll work better as a single run like that instead of 2, if it's a single building. So let's.
You said we could come to you, right?
Snap in a side quest. Select the melancholy worker. Okay, let's come back to that in a minute then. The melancholy worker is here.
It is lonely work, excavation, and I miss my home. But a picture of the Kesa of Wahadesha would help greatly.
Of the Kesa of Wahadesha, which is... So I thought was Oasis. This. No? It's not taking the picture, so I guess... It was this, the... village. There we go. Submit that.
Thank you kindly.
Okay.
Seductive charts, very much.
The people celebrate your leadership.
So they're still taking time. Maybe there'll be some other side quests that pop up. Wanted 4 of these farms, so I'm going to set them back a ways. We have room for warehousing, I guess. Yeah, like a warehouse. Can fit one there. And a road will run along here. It just needs to come over. Meet up with this one, I guess, somehow. That'll do the job. Connects it to the warehouse, the harbour. Another 2 of these. Then we want to run this canal around it. It's entirely on
a competitor's island is under siege.
That'll do the job. We'll see as the water comes round and the field wakes up. There we go. They should be at... Can't see at the moment, but I think they will get to 100%. So that's the 4 indigo plants I was thinking of. We want to... some depots down. Set up a trade route to come and grab all
a competitor raised a settlement.
Indigo. There. Not sure we want to use the whole ship. It's definitely going to be unnecessary to have 6 full slots of indigo. Let's just use 2 for now. But let's do wait for goods and wait for unload like we have done with all the other trade routes that we're using. We need a new group. This is the first one in this. There we go. That will bring the indigo over to this island. Then we just need to set up the actual other like production chains and stuff for ceramics and for tapestries. Somewhere, somehow. Oh, we want to remove these 2 farms because we're going to use half of the clay for that, the other half for ceramics. So we'll actually now got the excess clay in that. We just need a single ceramics workshop. That's fine. Put that in there. That's ceramics for the time being, at least. And then for tapestries, we want 2 linseed farms, a linen mill, and a tapestry thingy. Give an extra warehouse on the end there. Particularly well organised down here, but it's you know, it's doing the job. It's doing all the individual elements out of the warehousing. So we just want to copy these 2 farms like this, have those here instead. Probably a neater way of arranging all that, but
don't always
no big deal.
hear what I want to hear.
That should be enough to get ceramics and tapestries up and going at an acceptable level.
It is such a privilege to pass on one's wisdom.
Fill in those needs and happiness levels on the elders and provide us what we need for the quest, but we are very short of elders.
A new dawn, a new day, a new life.
Short of one shepherd, which is awkward. I think we're going to need to put a couple new, maybe quite a few new blocks in for getting the elders we want. Is that service coverage is no longer good? What if we centralize it here?
It's 4 hours in a row.
Bad
Time to
there.
stretch your legs.
They are
These
covered.
fabled lands exist after all.
That guy's got 100% coverage. So it is just okay.
The
Here.
laborers strike a hard surface.
Not okay there. Okay,
Fragments
let's
of lost history at last.
change it all up a bit. We'll keep that one where it was and we'll put a new additions core on this edge here. Cover the new stuff. Won't upgrade them yet. That'll take some time to get what they're after, and we might now be short of bits and pieces perhaps. Generally looks okay. Can overproduced everywhere already. That looks like we might be good actually, might have everything we need. That's good, fine. Give that some time to develop, but quest is ready to progress.
A competitor's island withstood
Select
an
the
attack.
artifacts to excavate them. Okay, can see some in the middle here. So what have we got? Carved headstone, partly decipherable. Inventory of ships, trade from thousands of years ago. Ancient pillar, holding the library before it was burnt down, adorned with an image of a solar king,
Quite a store
radiating
of history
flames.
hidden here. More than anticipated.
Interesting.
It shall
Sealed
remain
vase.
exposed while the search continues.
Hiding an ancient tapestry, quite beautiful fading colours. Betrays invasion of Caduce, the theft of strange plants, missed that. Come back to it. The Epic of Embasa. The Wongs long destroyed. Green Sharper's Dominion of Embasa. Peaceful meeting of Kashtan and Embasa officials that led to Wahadesha being traded to Embasa. A small dry island reminiscent of Angareb, inhabited by craftsmen. So what did I miss from here? Reason for its destruction. Ruination of Kashta. Show me. Oh, there we go.
Workforce shortage.
Theft of strange plants. Legendary deathless graces. Sought desperately by the king. There's the ancient registry. Ships and goods. Caducean Tony does not produce goods. Oh, I see. Evidence is that they don't produce goods here. That's the history of the
Our
thing.
predecessors in the Golden Age saw that Kidusi Anitoni's purpose was not to produce goods, but wisdom.
See.
The excavation can resume, but do
Excavating
inspect the
further.
statue.
Okay.
It may inspire you to write your chronicles.
Inspect the statue. I think we inspected everything, didn't we? Doesn't mean that statue.
I suspected
Resemblance
there
of
was more
ones.
to this project than they let on. I sense underhanded ambitions to support their independence.
Investigate the headstone. Okay, there's a lot going on with this quest. Investigate the headstone before they reach the bottom. Prove the findings were fraudulent. Someone in Caduceus may help. Okay. So this is the headstone they're on about. Guessing that optional bit is to complete this quest. So someone may help us in Caduceus. Looking for a person who we can click on who might help. Traditionalists. Seem like they would help. Who they are. Them. Is there anyone down here in the village? Taker the warrior. It's not the person who's going to help us. Okay. From the artist. Look like they're going to help us. Okay. Layla the skillful one. Keep out of the terrace as well. Don't think that's relevant to this quest. Don't see anyone else though who might help us. This person or these people, no. It's between various points. If I zoom in,
I wasn't there when
helped.
they pulled it out. I was staring longingly at the picture you gave me.
We shouldn't have helped you then. Okay. So I see.
I wanted a look, but they told me a priestess was examining it. When I returned from my break, the stone was back in the earth.
You noted that the stone previously been taken out and back. Priest may have altered it. Must be some clues at the site near the headstone. Bag of carving tools, that's suspicious. Bag of tools used to carve stone, property of Layla. That's here, right? We're going to go and talk to them about that. Letter addressed to Layla on the table. Lies and truth are not absolute. They are defined by the context within which they are uttered. Only the gods can utter truth. We are bound to imperfect assessments, individual at best. Altering the stone is one such assessment. Some will call it fabrication, but is it not our duty to ensure the will of the gods is on earth as it is above? This provides a greater narrative, a truth in keeping with what we have defended and upheld for millennia. We will gain much, and so uphold the greater truth of the gods by transforming the lesser imperfect truth of mundane men. Copy the original text, then throw it in the well. Perhaps one day that truth will be every bit as needed as its destruction is today, when we have all been long returned to dust. The time is not now, be discreet, be skillful. So we're looking for the Caduceus water well, which presumably is the pool. One place in Caduceus where water is used. Here. No. Water down here as well, but I don't think that's it. Must be here. Looking for no. Well containing the original text. Find the well on Caduceus. There. Okay, I might have been looking on for a while for that. Fragments of ceramic in the well, ancient and worn. Numbers inscribed, manifesto of ships and cargo, similar to the headstone. Strikingly lacking the last sentence. There we go then. I have the evidence.
I knew it. Must have thought poor Wahadesha folk would not notice. But we are wise in the old law. You have to confront them.
Absolutely. Make a decision. So you found my note to Layla. Did not expect you to be so astute, but cannot deny there is some relief in not having to hide it anymore. Suppose you want to know why I did such a thing. I believe you wish to protect your faith, whatever the cost. Yep. Faith and duty are intertwined. Document history beyond the reach of mortal men. Kings, tyrants, or passing ephemerals. Katema's dream of an empire does not accommodate this truth. Deceit is the only way to remain beyond his grasp, to remain true to our divine mission. There are no illegitimate ways to preserve this island and its soul. What you did is a lie. You have no proof of the veracity of our creed's tenets. You have no better evidence than being untrue. We have falsified evidence. In no way invalidates our fundamental truth. Perhaps such understanding is beyond one of such foreign ideas. Let us not idle further, condemn or condone us. I have no power over you. I only trust you will do what is right. Well, yeah, Katema has hired us to do this. Well, not sure about hired, but we're here because he wants us to do this. Condemn us to fade and die. How disappointingly predictable.
Now for the final note.
Take some Ostraka back to
I
Katema.
expected nothing more from one of Katema's hounds. This affair is no longer yours to command.
Okay. Deliver that to him here. We are short. Yes, I know we are. Let's upgrade some more houses. They should be ready now. Apart from that one on the corner there. Let's swap that with this one. There we go. So we're in the positive workforce now. Missing indigo. Short of workers here as well. Do we want to allow... I think we want to allow them the timber as well. It's a very simple one. And the production of timber is always going to be in the positive. That should give us more than the 15 we need. So that's fine. We'll leave that just like that rather than building anything extra. It is almost back. Speed time up a little, can't we? Maybe just a bit.
I take it things did not go as expected. I had expected
The mayor speaking.
better than common forgery from priests. Evidently, it is time they were brought back into the fold and learned humility.
Make a decision. Confess I had not expected the High Priestess to stoop so low. Much we may disagree, she's always had my begrudging respect. Such deceit is intolerable.
Island is under siege.
What did she say in her defence? She would rather commit perjury than see the library destroyed. Library, but what is it but walls hollowed by time and the dust of desiccated spirits and bodies? Why would they cling to such an extent to the piles of their past glory? Fear or no, it's because of their love and belief in traditions. Lucy is a place of wonders and enchantment, however dust-webbed. The secrets hidden in its spiraled stairs that are worth 1,000 angels' words. Even so, is its legacy cause enough to let such deceit go unpunished? Is this what they will teach to those who come to them for advice? Tell me, trusted advisor, what would you have me do? No? Challenge your authority once, so doubtless do it again. So presumably that's do what we did to the other island, which has a certain pattern to it that we could follow. Unity comes with tolerance and acceptance of others' failures. I don't think they should be entirely accepting of their dishonesty, but so don't believe authoritarianism works. Unity comes with tolerance. Let's try that this time. So they've moved even you to mercy. See the wisdom in your words. It takes greater courage to forgive someone's mistakes than to punish them. This is what the priest taught you. May yet be wisdom to be found there. Let this mercy be the start of the new innovator I wish to build. I will not cast them out or break off trade. They make penance and join with innovator. Retrieve the decree of absolution.
Deliver this decree to Kidusi and I would punish the priests for their lies. But people look to them for guidance. Very well. Let them be united with the Empire. I pray for their sake, this misguidedness does not renew itself.
Okay, we'll bring that over to them, I guess, to hopefully finish that chain off. Progress it, at least.
An imperial decree. An imperial... Kidusi cannot survive without trade. It would be a death sentence. We have no choice. We must bow to the Emperor in submission.
Okay.
I wonder if they had been right, whether it would have changed anything. It matters not. Our unity, our future, is now close at hand. You have done well, brushing away the cobwebs on Kidusi. I have made arrangements, even a new monastery, so that the priests of Kidusi can join the rest of us under one faith.
Monastery here, is he saying?
At last, our magnum opus is complete. I have had several copies made, masterful craftsmanship if I do say so myself.
I can pick his book up, okay.
Dealing with you could be a lottery.
Competitors
That's
are
the
now
monastery,
at
that's
war.
what I thought. It's Yellow Tony joining, yep. Headed to the capital, I guess this is.
Competitors have agreed a peace deal.
So we should be... We are producing indigo. We're just
there it is.
Building up to the 100 to take across.
Comprehensive copy
Good.
of the Chronicles of the Land of Lions.
Falls of the Land of Lions.
These
nice.
chronicles herald a new golden age, the Age of Lions, the triumph of Mbesa, and we,
Museum item.
architects of its splendor.
An uncommon museum item, not particularly special, but it's something. We can, when we begin moving things back to our museum, we can take that with us. Why not? Okay, so let's sail back over, and then when the indigo gets here, we'll start progressing again with the tapestries and stuff. It's another discussion. I think now would be a good time to take another little break. Before we find out what this next side quest is about. So I'm just going to, do the usual, top my drink up, have a wander around. I'll be 2-3 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll carry on in the Land of Lions. I'll see you then.
We don't have to deal on paper.
Ship under attack. Your harbor is under attack.
Oh, are we still fighting? You make it all up as you go.
Hello there, I am back from the break. Oh, war is declared on us. It's nice to come back to, isn't it? Let's just one of the pirates. Let's sort them out with another peace treaty, hopefully.
I also have my wife and children to think.
We are
My people.
There we go. Let's sort another bit of peace for a while from that one. I'm not going to go too much longer tonight. Maybe another hour, 2 at the most. I think. As much as I'm enjoying progressing in Anno 1800, I just noticed that there's not a huge viewership tonight. Not a lot of people stopping in, and it's not a huge reason to stream if nobody wants to watch. So I've done, you know, I want to stream. That's why I'm streaming. So even if no one is watching, I'm going to stream. But I'm not going to do 8-hour streams if no one wants to watch that. We'll do more Anno in the future, perhaps when there's more people around that want to watch, bigger audience opportunities. I don't think it's necessarily unusual to be to have a smaller audience around Christmas time. People are busy, like real life stuff, and even the people who are not at work I'll probably have other things to do, at least until Christmas. So I kind of would expect audience after Christmas to be bigger than the week leading up to it. So I'm not being pessimistic.
Island is under siege.
But it's just the reality of today's stream. It's not very busy, so we'll see if we get to like a natural stopping point over the next hour, and then we'll finish it up a little earlier than we usually would. And Anno's back soon anyway, back on Saturday, so we'll continue then as well. Let us for now take up this side quest decision making. Epic of Lions. Hallowed and hollow now is the ancient glory of Tabarim. I will not see its clear heart fail. Chronicles must be completed. Lost ages of Embasa restored. Temple of Elam will rise again. So will the Embasa National Museum. Your completed chronicles will be its crown jewel. Trust you will aid me in this. Okay, we'll combine the history of Embasa.
Trust you will see it.
Sounds like fun. Find the scholar on Caduci Anatoni. It's this one, isn't it? Find the scholar. Not here. Or do I need a ship over here? Let's drop off the Chronicles and then bring the ship back in case we need it. That is the, yeah, the Indigo has been unloaded. Therefore, taking Indigo from the warehouses into the ceramics and into the tapestry. Start making them. Perfect. Right.
The stewardship is a great responsibility. I hope you are not overburdened.
It's happening half the world away. You don't need to complain about that. Leave me alone. Comes the ship. Oh, and I literally need to... It's not pointing to the right place and I need to find the person.
So what shall it be?
No, it was right. Bring it over.
What a bore.
There we go.
We have made great progress here, but let us review what material we have before moving on.
Silver Age. Starts with the fall of King Surya. Rise to power of the Seven. End with the sundering of the Seven. One of the islands was described as leaderless.
Ever have the princes of Angareb balked at new horizons? We must
Remains of the Seven's houses could be found on the islands near Tabarim where they ruled. Could find the leaders' houses, be able to deduct the leaderless island. Look for isolated or prominent houses. By all accounts, the city flourished under the Seven's rule. Finding the ancient city walls could help estimate the limits. Can't have been much greater than the city today.
The assignments due soon.
We've also just got a new side quest for Angareb. Parlay proposal. Gonna sail to that clipper to continue that. We're gonna look at where the city walls may have been. New farm. It's about progression. That's kind of cool. This is changing based on the decisions we've made in the other islands around here. It's an interesting quest chain for sure. Perhaps not entirely my cup of tea, but it's more interesting than the other ones have been. So there's the current walls. Where are the historical ones? Oh, those are the historical ones. Ancient wall.
It seems recent events have moved Angareb to Parlay. Best I not go myself.
Take flag of truce and Parlay. Okay.
I don't suppose there are fountains. No. Well, perhaps some of those water furrows then.
Cool water would mollify him for further entreaties.
Oh, I see.
Take care you do not antagonize the princes.
Part of the main quest to give blueprints to Lake. Okay. We're doing side quests at the moment. I want to focus on that. We found the outside wall. Find the ruins of the Seven Princes' Palaces. Caduceus, Deshet, Angareb. Okay. Ruins of the palaces? No, of the homes. Not this ancient family house? Yeah, it is. And it's here that doesn't have a grand home. Count of just having the library. So Angareb's the other location it's pointing me at, which is here. Does that have fancy looking house. Castle. Itia's house, yeah, okay. Great Wall, find traces of Tabarim's Silver Age fortifications. That one. And that one. Report to the scholar, okay. Before we do that, we've got a legendary Great White Flag to cannot attack or be attacked. We can therefore approach Angareb. We'll do that first while we've got the flag equipped.
New orders.
Stocking up on indigo here. Should still have plenty to work from. Looks vaguely like it. Not sure I want to pick up more quests to do. My head's spinning already. One thing at a time for now. Let's get our ship over to Angareb. Progress that side quest.
Your willow may yet offer shelter.
So, Ketema sends a lucky. Prudent. Unexpected. Very well then. Welcome to Angareb, stranger. You would have our trust? Earn it then. Show us you are capable of understanding our land and people.
Explore Angareb, okay. Discover their unique ceramic stalls.
Ours may be a small nation, but there is beauty and glory aplenty
instead. Okay. Tapestry industry.
Competitor's island withstood an attack.
Unpaid bills for flax deliveries are stacked on the deck. Stores for bales of fabric lies empty. Short of flags, okay. What about their military?
You have seen the
fleet.
promises, the beauty of our land.
The master has taken to carving paintbrushes instead. Let's join the negotiation table, okay. Angareb is vast and full of secrets. One will need a lifetime to grasp the soul behind each face and stone. Recommend that you take the time to understand us before we discuss a potential alliance. Angareb is not a pirate faction waiting to be disarmed. We have a history and a heart. I clicked on all the items. Is there more to click on? I believe I've come to understand your people. Let's have a look. Oh, I did miss some things. Okay. Yeah, should have gone back and clicked around a bit more and seen. What is it that struck us? Crafting the Master at Arms. Many struggling to make ends meet, craftsmen lacking materials. Master at Arms was learned. His troops are barely more than a phantom corps. Don't want to poke at their military, let's poke at their economy. Angareb has had to resort to piracy for so long, we can rarely resort to crafting anything of our own. Why should we when we can be forcibly taken from passing ships? The opening of the canal brought with it more warships from the old world. Though we do not fear battle, it is our duty to maintain Angareb in the memory of the Elamaeus kings. Duty we cannot perform if the city is ruined and impoverished. Emperor will grant you the might to challenge foreign fleets. Don't think we want that. Willing to support your economy if you abandon piracy. That seems more like our approach. Fine offer, but Angareb never seals a covenant without a token of good faith. Bring us tangible proof of the Emperor's intentions. Show us he has the power to follow through. If he proves himself just and trustworthy ruler, we'll consider bending the knee.
You are a
Okay,
guest
then.
on our land. If we are to trust you, you must first prove your goodwill.
30 tons of timber, 30 tons of indigo, 40 tons of linen. Those are all things we're already producing. So it shouldn't be too difficult for us to grab and take over there. Boat over and find out.
Hold the crane.
Wonder what the real purpose is of this region. Obviously in the Arctic it was the gold source and the fur source and the gas and everything. What do we gain from this region that helps the rest
Notice
of the
we
world?
have no shipyards.
Sure, guess we'll find out. Oh, I'm carrying an item, so I can't fit all of them. Let's not forget that I put that item into storage here. We'll need it. Okay, 30 tons of timber, 30 tons of dye, 40 tons of linen, which we don't quite have. Okay, let's speed time up. We're not actually producing a surplus of linen until we fill up with either finery or tapestries, I guess, which we're a long way off. Okay, I'm going to pause.
Oh, I didn't expect you there.
Tapestry production
Let
for
me
a
pick
while.
up my walking stick and you can close the door.
Because we've got plenty of
The people
finery at the
your
moment.
leadership.
So we can pick up the linen we want and then re-enable those buildings. We should be able to if the linens are waiting. Slowly, I suppose. Can we buy linens? Speed this up? We can. Okay, let's just do that. Rather than messing around
Who's a
with
good girl,
our
Daddy?
production
You
chains.
are. I'll be right there. Just one verse left to finish.
These changed as well then. Yeah, Katame's experimented on his canals and produced wonderful gardens. Built a vast library, newly united priests. Increased the yield of research points.
So swift to learn from those who came before. Let us
Innovation has spread to enhance existing capacities. It's going to be the blueprints for canals, okay. That needs upgrading. Oh dear. The elders to upgrade to the next level. That's to also bear in mind in our progression. Yes, our irrigation capacity has grown by 15 for each building. It's something. I shouldn't stick my nose up at that. Like 15 isn't much. It's a distance of canal. It's interesting. So our decisions have unlocked these benefits, or perhaps the decisions are irrelevant and the outcome is always the same benefit. Don't know. We would have to play it twice to discover that. I shouldn't have accepted that item, should I? Let's jettison our timber to make sure we get the item. Let's, while we're here, grab the 11 linens that we need.
You may dispose.
Zip round here, put this item somewhere safe as well. We go back for that wood we've jettisoned. The trade prices are minus 15%. That's... So I can buy things cheaper but sell things cheaper as well, which is a downside. No. Buying things cheaper is good, but we don't do a lot of buying, we do more selling.
How thrilling! A renowned personage has arrived.
We get a whole bunch of free common people, don't we? That's... I wonder if there's anything we could be doing with our tourists to make us get legendary free people. I'm sure there must be. We need to increase the attractiveness of that island to level up a class of tourists or something. Okay, there's the wood picked back up. That's the materials we need for Angareb. So let's go do that section. Interesting how little interaction there's been with the rest of the world. Quest in the Cape involved quite a bit of switching back and forth between the other regions. The Arctic, I suppose, not so much. That was quite isolated as well. This is similar to that. We're just here, I guess, until a certain point, until we're finished. I don't know.
So, you returned to Angareb. We doubted you, but you helped us nonetheless. For this, you may now learn more of our secrets.
Your secrets, okay. What lies in the covered market? Oh, I see, we can remove the canopy to see what's going on. Artifact specialist.
We have need to deliver hand-carved ceramics to Wahadesha, but none of our ships are available.
I am skeptical about that. Decorative ceramics, is it?
If you could...
Yeah.
There it is. Please, hurry, or there will be too dry for the monks to carve the inlays.
Feels like a trap.
Your assistance to Angareb is testament to a noble heart. Beware that they do not use you against me.
Yeah, it does seem like it. They might be up to no good. Does a bit. Who knows? Guess we'll find out shortly. Ship's going quite slow. Oh, against the wind, that's bully. We're in no rush.
One final look.
New newspaper could be... We cannot have a positive one. Wonder if I ought to be... Can we? Let's check that afterwards. Coffee and King William. Can we just switch it off? So it doesn't see it as a shortage, because we're not trying to fulfill it. Bankrupt, but we've got 8 million coins in the bank. War was declared and then immediately ended. Don't like this newspaper, man. Need to balance the positivity against anyone who gets upset about me doing it. Same with the riot chance.
The notes say to ask you to take these crates to the Kidusi.
Just want to blank that one out, I guess. Okay.
For centuries, the lowest orders have been contained.
So we delivered that, and then garments come over here. Maybe it's not a trap. Maybe they all just nice and friendly with one
Gained
another.
an influence bonus.
Coffee in the Arctic.
Ready
Ship's
for
waiting here.
Fiddle with.
Isn't that
The
interesting?
report is detailed, of course.
Aye.
Got a full ship of canned food waiting to unload and a full ship waiting for free dock. So that ship should just stop. We don't need it. I'm going to send you somewhere where we can sell all that off and the ship itself. Coffee. Who wants coffee here then? Here. So technicians happiness or heating. So we just pause that. And that. I don't think you can... Yeah, you can pause needs as well. So supply is now prohibited of those items that we're intentionally not supplying. Wonder if that will stop the newspaper from reporting it as a shortage. If we're like specifically
Whatever
saying we
you
don't
do,
want
Master, keep doing it.
it. Here as well, so we're not got Schnapp served, so let's say we don't want it.
Boss me around all you like.
That island's getting everything that's unlocked. Not getting sewing machines here, so let's pause it. Not getting rum. Rest is okay. Let's check out Cape.
The Melia is merely ordinary.
Fine. There's a few people here not getting bank or power. But we don't want to stop that for everyone because some of them are getting it. So everything else ought to be okay. Yeah. There's no people on the other island we own here. Now just the new world. Go do the same there, and hopefully this clicking about is worth it for preventing problems later on the next newspaper that comes out.
We could become a landmark.
I thought these guys should have tortillas. Because we've got
to be agile.
tortilla ship around, haven't we?
We assist however we may.
Somewhere. There. They're just downloading. They're unloading at all the other islands, not that one. Don't particularly need it there. Those people are only there to staff the oil. Was hats and beer here. Hats and beer there.
What can I do for you?
We'll find out over the course of the next few newspapers whether that's made any difference at all. With this quest I want to progress. Do I need to sail away and back in? Good then. Oh, we've got multiple quests at the same harbour, don't we? Don't have all the items on us.
Earlier, but it'll do.
There you go.
The
They
report
got their clothes. He gets his report.
Thank you kindly.
Got some Bronze Age notes, so that's a
Let me
new
see.
stage to that
Quite
quest.
Carry on.
Lots to juggle here.
Gathered some more information for you in a note.
So the Bronze Age began with the unification of the land under the rule of Yet Barok, heir of Selamawi. After the fall of the Seven, ended when Lebne's grandson was murdered in Angareb, about a century ago. Roster of works built by Yet Barok is incomplete. Defensive installations against the Sand Kingdom, Angareb, Tabarim, Gidusi, whereas the Xar Wolves and Wardesi. Investigate all of them. And where is the fabled hidden access to the temple? Yet Barok was known for building secret passages in his strongholds, fear of invasion. Passage on Angareb and the mountain pass on Desh are known. passage below the temple on Caducea is hidden. Perhaps we can find it.
If you could oblige.
Is it this? Oh, we're not at that stage. We need to do the others. We need to sail back to Angareb anyway. Their quest, so let's do that. Find 3 of Tebarok's works. Okay. Looking around for bits where are there the dancers. We saw mention of fortress ruins. Hidden mysteries below. These rocks. Doesn't look like it. Cows. It's like a dancing dog. That is not what we're looking for. The ruins of the palace. That's one of them. Ruins of the palace was one of them. Caducea and Tabarim as well. So
it's rare to see that kind of hut.
Deemed us a worthy ally.
Of honor above all. It guides heart and spirit through the darkness of these troubled times. It is our foundation.
Select the castle to hear about the last days of Elamace.
A century ago, the line of the Elamites died with Lebni, last of the great kings. His heir, Mekdem the Young, was due to succeed him, but his younger brother Tomasi had other ambitions.
Okay. Remove the ruins of the fortress to unveil the path taken by Tomasi.
Tomasi desired the throne, so he sent shapemen to slay Mekdem and his kin. But things turned foul as Tomasi tried to flee.
Things turned foul. Okay, remove the boulders. The boulders to unveil the passage. Down here.
Soon the last of the Elamites lay dead, but one of Tomasi's retinue escaped, carrying with him the heirloom of Selamawi, the spear of Darashi.
A bold new
Spear,
expedition.
okay. Cove in the castle. Maybe we need to use our scavenger. We got it here. We could find what's some interesting history under the seas in this area.
You helped a man in Caducea and Netoni. He was on the spear's trail, and we believe he may be close to finding it.
And we helped in Caducea.
Find the spear, and we will listen to Ketema's proposal. But be discreet. The spear is a secret to most.
Okay. Still suspicious of them. Contact the man we helped up here. Okay. Soldier from Angareb came here a long time ago for treatment but died. He's buried on the island somewhere. Look for the cemetery. Well, not in the mausoleum, I guess. No, unfinished. Here's some tombs. Neat tomb, old tomb, small tomb. God. High priest. Priest. Tomb. Old world visitor. Priest. So not in there. Guess I've missed something.
Remember your benefactor, right?
Asked me for priests to write a dying person's last wish. That might be the broken tomb then, perhaps. The tomb of God, so that's the one I think it would be. That's not completed the quest, so probably not that one then. That one. Royal Guard, I missed that completely. Last son of Elam followed the rising sun. His name was Tion. Princes must learn of this. This is more about him in the library. Vaguely rings a bell with one of those we read earlier. This Ilahun, death by severe sword injuries. Noteworthy belongings, old spear entrusted to the Ogdoad. What is an Ogdoad? It's a book or riddle. Need some time to think about it. See if we can find anything else that helps us.
Take your time. Look around. I doubt we'll find it immediately.
Make a decision.
Any clue might lead us in the end to the spear.
Be sure where we would start finding more clues. Let's click this button and see what we've got. Oh, yeah, okay. We will need to click around a bit. Okay, it's God statues. 8 virtues as described in the book. Ancient statue. More books we could read. This one. Ogdoad virtues. Touch, sight, taste, smell, hearing, wisdom, emotion, instinct. Expresses itself that it must be divine. Only each of them is a virtue training, but one is for naught. We do not see the relevance. Training.
The people celebrate your
followed
leadership.
the rising sun. See anything to be clicking on? We'll progress the quest and just pick the wrong answer and still end up in the right place. That would be helpful. Something about the book. It must be something. 8 of something. Described in the book is most likely. It's a creed. Belief in 8 cardinal virtues. Doesn't help us much. See what we can uncover. Next step. Virtues of the key saying the spear must lay in a highly sacred place. Virtues, but the book. I don't think it's the book itself. Could have been the opposite. So probably this. Probably highly sacred place. Priests do not consider any particular place to be sacred above others, aside from the island. Anything natural as a home to divinity? No. It's pointing to a more specific place. Let's start over. Well, the physical book then, if you think it's a specific place. Unless the first choice I made was wrong. This is a real mind-bending question. For me. Find the exact location inside a book. There's be something specific about that book. Stored in the left wing. Book made of wood. Written in the Silver Age. It's not the only book in the left wing. It's made of wood. Maybe? No, it's too common. Okay. So, physical, written in the Silver Age. Hardly distinctive. No, okay. Physical in the left wing. Library is quite labyrinthine. Fitting metaphor for a quest to enlightenment. Doubtless the priest would have found the imagery appealing. Notice the inscriptions above each of its wings. All of them are named. I suspect these names hold the second part of the key. Turn to the library and investigate the trail. Okay. Entrance. Within these walls lies the whole of Caducee. East wing. Island of God. And the book is there. What's this say then? Island of Servants. Island of the Dead. Island of God. What are our options next then? When Tulahan died, East entrusted his belongings to something they called Ogdwad. Found a book of this title in the library in a wing named the Island of God. The book's position in the library is assumed to mirror the spear's position on the island. You must discover what the Island of God refers to. Specific place on the island. Within the library is the whole of Caducee. Island of God is the holiest place on the island. Basin of Ablutions, which is in the leftmost part of the temple. The library itself is a map. How elegant. Sure. Book is in the leftmost wing. Let's look in the leftmost part of the temple. The spear is hidden close to the temple, place related to the number 8. 6 pillars around the pool. 8 temple columns approaching the temple.
A story in the making.
We think they're somehow within these...
I have scouted the place, and I believe I have a plan. Meet me when you are ready.
Stealing it. Can't we,
The people celebrate your leadership.
ask for it back? Where's that man gone?
Seductive charts bury my desk.
I reckon
make a decision.
Make you cry like a...
Spear is near the entrance to the temple, which is under heavy guard. If you take the road, it's certain to encounter priests. Hidden mountainous path. Getting quite close, but it's quite perilous. I'd be wary. The path does seem best.
Treacherous pass. Loose rocks. I will need some sort of map to progress.
Photo the pier at the entrance to the path, or picture of the tunnel entrance into the mountain. Book of the Blessed Dead seems to hint at potential dangers.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Oh. Death by boulder
Your
fall,
ship has returned
falling
from its
off.
voyage.
Okay. Here is the pier which we can photo. Here is the path that comes up. Don't see anything to otherwise photograph. Picture of the tunnel entrance into the mountain. The temple itself, or am I not sure? Not sure we should be doing anything other than just taking that photo.
Into the mountains.
See anything to
Wait
click
till you
on?
hear from me.
Okay, let's give him 8 minutes. Okay, so
A
still looking for
competitor raised
Tebrock's
a settlement.
works. do see. So there's one of them here that we haven't clicked on yet. Not the statue. Not the lighthouse. Oops, wrong button. Throwing it away instead of reading it. Defensive installations is what we're looking for. Defensive installations. What's this over here? Oh, is this what I missed? Tunnel entrance. Yeah, that's what we should have perhaps noticed. Oops. Too late now.
People celebrate your leadership.
Don't see any more defensive installations. So there aren't any on this island. Let's look at Tabarim's defensive installations.
The waters of my patience are running dry.
See anything over here? This is kind of thing that drives me crazy when I'm watching other streams. Streamer has to find something. Most people watching know exactly where it is. Either they know in the past or they've just seen it on the screen. They've worked out the puzzle. And the clues don't even make sense to me, so... if this is driving you crazy, I apologise. See any defensive structures in this city that we haven't already... that was one of them. The walls of the palace court was one of them. Okay. So the other one
Prepare to be boarded.
Be at Kidusi, I think.
Your harbour is under attack. Ship under attack.
Declaring war on me. Give us a ceasefire.
It's rare we leave any.
Give us peace.
Fine, but stay out of our way.
Ship under
There we go.
attack.
There's that dealt with.
Ship under attack.
Defensive structure on this island. I'm still expecting there is one.
Ship under attack.
It's not a particularly military island, I don't know. Down here? An artist. It's not a defensive structure. Trading post lighthouse.
We're in the presence of a virtuoso.
Really? Maybe there's a second one on one of the other islands. Just don't see anything that's kind of like a wall, I guess we're looking for, or a tower, or a... Vince here. Like it. Can I try again at Angareb then? Anything here we've not clicked on yet? Yard. Cannon tower. No, that's like a... an actual item, not like a old questy think. The workshop we clicked on before. So that's just villagers. Kit. Artifact specialist. That's from the earlier quest. Don't see anything more. No, I'm still In my mind it mentions 3 islands. Caduce, Tabarim and Angareb, so there should be something on Caduce. Yeah, there should be. Let's rotate, look from a different angle, see if we can find what we're looking for. Or anything that we just haven't clicked on before. Clicked on all the parts of the library. On the mausoleum. The other stuff around here isn't clickable. Not there. I think the other quest might finish before I can find whatever we're supposed to be looking for. Book. This might be a Google it situation. Loud goat. It's not a defensive fortification. These things were buried anyway, so probably not them.
Ceasefire has ended.
Say this guy built the secret passageway, but there's nothing here to click on to say it's that. List of the monuments raised. Location of the fabled hidden passageway. Is it the hidden passageway we're looking for under Caduce Anatoni, or is it? I don't think it is. It's this, really. Angareb, Tabarim and Caduce, as well as the Kasar walls on Wahadeshi. So is it just these walls? No, they can't be clicked. No, they can't be clicked. So it's not that. That's not what we're looking for.
We found a man in the mountains, wounded.
Oops.
He sent us to you for aid. Perhaps you would care to explain?
Let's face the judgment, because that did not go
Master
well.
your wits. The High Priestess is a shrewd old woman.
It's kind of predictable, I guess.
The spear is here. My predecessors made no mention of this great secret. Apt precautions, seeing your shameless attempt to break in. I will let you have this spear, for Angareb is its shrine of old. But I will not have Caduce lose such a treasure rewardlessly.
I wonder if they would take the treasure of Siliamados. It's not really in Basin. So rather give an epic than a legendary, but still. Worth a shot. Save time of having to find another artifact somehow. Not sure where we'd even start with that. Maybe with the salvager, but it's not really equipped to get legendary level items. I don't think. I don't really know what it takes to get the higher rarity. That just unlocked it. Whatever it was I clicked on was what they were looking for. And now we're looking for the hidden path through the mountains, which is this, is it not? What we were just looking at? Or is it this? It was that one behind the mountain. Okay, so we can, when we bring the ship back over, we can complete that side quest as well. Very much, very different experience compared to the quests of the other DLCs, the main quest, everything like that. I understand why people think it's the better of the DLCs, but personally not a huge fan. Couldn't need the white flag anymore. Might be wrong on that, we might need to grab it later, but shall see. Let's see if they're happy with that item as payment. Yeah, I don't know, it's there's a lot of just clicking around, getting lost, reading things, getting confused, and not a lot of doing anything, building. Quests in Cape may have been... Well, actually no, the quests in Cape were a bit like that as well. Sail around a little bit and don't really learn anything. Don't know. Maybe I'll take that back. Maybe I'll accept it's the best of them all, but I still don't really like it.
The report is detailed, of course.
That quest is finished.
Excellent.
And they will take that item.
We're
That's
nearing the end
acceptable
of
to
our
me.
trials. One chapter remains, that of your own tribulations in Embasa.
A legendary spear of the elements.
Let us be on our way.
Not just a relic, it's a symbol. One that could be used by Angreb to rise up behind a new
magnum
ruler.
opus is complete. I have had several copies made. Masterful craftsmanship, if I do say so myself.
Claiming the legitimacy granted by
There it
the
is.
self-proclaimed true king of
Final,
Embasa.
exhaustive, comprehensive copy of the Chronicles of the
The grace of the
Land
Lord
Light.
is a dangerous artifact to leave unattended and one the Emperor must be notified of. Whoever you choose to give it to, their opponents may never forgive you. Yeah.
These chronicles herald a new golden age. The age
Of the
of
land of the
lions,
lions, cool.
the triumph of Embasa, and we, the architects of its splendor.
You can deliver the spear to
Bright
Katama.
blazes the soul of Embasa.
That is fitting. Or we can deliver the spear to Angareb, which is... We deliver it to them under the assumption they don't use it to rise up against him, and they say, oh, that's very nice of you, okay, we're going to do what the Emperor wants because you're so nice to us. Then that's spot on. What I really want is to do what they asked for and do it. But like having that pop up just makes it feel really kind of obvious that that's not what's going to happen. They're going to be against Katama. Princes may not forgive us, so we'll end up with like a pirate enemy on this map, which I don't want to deal with if it can be avoided. What I'd normally do in a game is put down a save, pick one, and then roll back if I'm not happy. Which is a bit awkward in this game because it's got long load times. Let's put in a save. Spear choice. And you know, my preferred outcome is we give this to Angareb and they don't rise up against Katama. We don't end up in opposition to him, which I'd like, based on where we're building, we can't end up in opposition to him. Don't know. Let's have a little faith. I'd really like to avoid having a third pirate that we constantly have to juggle the ceasefires with. Can I just drop that off? Just in case, why don't we take the white flag with us? Then I'm going to give them the spear and find out what happens. It's an absolute disaster. We'll roll back the save. If it's a minor disaster, we'll just roll with it. We'll live with it.
Spear. You found it? You have it?
Yes.
To think such a day would come. You have worked wonders. Come, tell us all about it.
Let's tell them all about it. Was the spear truly on Caducee? Tomasi's guard truly retired there? Yes. Emerged from the injuries he sustained, fleeing the sight of his betrayal. Pitiful end, one becoming of a thief. What of the spear? Did he hide it somewhere? Priests hid it after his death. Metaphors and cryptic hints. Will it never end? It's kind of how I'm feeling. Spare me the details of the priest's twisted little games. Where is the spear? They buried it in front of the temple. You've shown your trustworthiness, friend of Angrib. I believe I understand why you chose not to bring the spear of Salamawi to King Katema when you had the opportunity. Wise choice indeed. Angrib is fortunate that you choose to befriend us, as is the whole of Embessa. This tomb and the guard, they intrigue me. Did you discover any more information? There was an inscription. Curiouser and curiouser, the priests usually take note of a dying person's last words. You remember what it was? The last son of Salamawi followed the rising sun.
Well, if you don't want it, you should share it. No! Oh!
It was said the Nekdem's entire family, last of the line of Salamawi, perished in that murderous night long ago. Bodies of his wife and of his youngest son were never found. Rumour still holds they escaped. Never believed, but this guard's final words have fueled a fire. But if he did know of a surviving heir, make sure clues to finding them remained. It was interesting, at least. We will follow up on it. There is one last matter to attend to while we prepare the celebrations which will pledge our allegiance to the Empire. I ask that you investigate the presumed lost heir, the Elamice, hiding somewhere in Embessa. Okay?
Look through the registries and harbour manifests. A lone ship with a fleeing mariner should have been recorded somewhere.
Visit the harbours on Embessa to retrieve their registries. Okay, so we need to go this harbour. Oh, of those islands. Okay, those three. Yep, we'll go out and visit those. Incomes. We must be having a party in the Cape. It's usually what causes our income to fly up. Yep, we are having a carnival. Every house is giving an extra 5 coins. And more income from beer, schnapps, rum and champagne. And we're getting more tourist visits. So yeah, that will be why we're 4,000 in the positive instead of 3,000 in the negative like normal. I think actually while we're at this point where we're going to start investigating this missing heir, this might be a good point to wrap up today's stream. I'm not going to roll back the save. It wasn't a complete disaster, so we're going to carry on with this save as is and keep going forward. But like I say today, like I mentioned a while ago,
on the wind is that the spear has returned to Angareb.
Oh.
I fear this bodes great ill for Embessa.
It is bad. we just put a save in there. Switch out game. There's no point in pushing myself to stream long hours if the audience isn't around tonight, which just looks like no one really is this evening, which is fine. That's no problem at all. We stream because I enjoy it and because I want people to watch. It's a balanced thing, so it's not a waste of time even if there's no one around. Of course, people will catch this on recordings later as well. So thank you very much for watching that, and thank you if you did come and pop in this evening. I do appreciate that. But I can do more constructive things with the next few hours than stream to nobody, and we can enjoy the content in the game better on a different day when people are available to come and watch. So we will continue these storylines at a future point. We'll be back to stream more Anno 1800 on Saturday. It's 24th of December, Christmas Eve. We'll do the same again. It's the 2 p.m. GMT start. And we'll see, you know, obviously if people are too busy to be on Twitch, that is very understandable. So it could be a short one again, or we'll go longer if people are around and they want to hang out. I don't mind. I will also be back again tomorrow at 2 p.m. GMT again to play Factorio, continue our factory growth on there, do some work on some rail lines that we've been working on. So that will still happen tomorrow, and again it could be a short one if the audience are busy. It's not unexpected that might not be doing 8-hour streams this week, so that's fine. I think there's not really much else to be said. I don't think it's worth raiding into anyone with no one around, so I will take a break, perhaps have a sensible dinner for once, and we'll be back, as mentioned, on those days to keep playing. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll hope to see you soon.